and like Crosswinds and the other campaign, we're actually using the entirely rules as written variant rule, where you have to like take a week of downtime in a city to get the long rest. So it's not like every Sunday you get a long rest.
Oh, okay. Just a week of doing nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, it's a week of rest, so I'm going to be pretty generous with that. So if you guys want to like be doing light activities or today, you can. The important thing is that during the time with any sort of magic, especially, you need to be eating a good meal every, like 2 good meals every day at least. Just getting 8 hours of rest each day, and not doing heavy activity or casting major spells.
Using rituals be fine if you were like having certain just do chores for you once a day?
Rituals would still count. You could still get away with cantrips, though.
Gotcha.
I think. I have to double check my ruling.
Does anyone still have hit dice?
Right, rituals are good.
I'm out of hit dice.
I have one more.
I'm out.
I have 2 more.
Okay. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about why I asked. It's not important.
Trying to smuggle dice, are you?
I'm going to steal your dice.
Yeah, Vex, keep it balanced. Rules are fine. And cantrips are okay. Just can't spend mana for anything.
Cool.
Also, just as an also aside thing, this kind of also extends to other like supernatural abilities. All of those kind of get lumped in as like spending mana. So things like superiority die
or key,
any like special resources that you would get from other sources, sorcery points, that sort of thing.
Action surge, which is specifically way too much exertion.
Right. Anything that you're actively spending, like making huge physical, like exerting yourself physically.
Alright, so we got our watches, yeah?
Yeah, all of your watches went off without a hitch. It's the next morning, and you guys are able to begin heading off. Where are you at? I'm just going to pop you guys over to the blinding page, which I'm just going to fix real quick. Godspeed to Fix Internet.
Fingers crossed.
But yeah, you guys begin making your way back. Whoever it was Bloodless and Full Mean. If you guys wanted, one of you wants to give me survival at advantage.
Did you say going back?
Yeah.
But we're done?
Yeah, like you guys leave a little bit later in the evening, but you're able to take some time and just do the rituals first thing in the morning.
I'm going to watch and take notes.
Sure. It's pretty basic. It's essentially just kind of like so he did all the miasma cleansing while you guys were setting up camp.
Would I have been able to watch that?
If you want to help everybody make camp,
I could. I had an unseen server that could do that.
it would have been out of range.
Then I would have just. It's important for me to learn this. I'll just go off and learn with him.
Okay.
I'll do extra work to help out later. to make up for it.
Sure. Give me you can give me a Arcana check. See if you can piece together. Ooh,
Oh my god.
Oh,
damn. Okay. So he is fully out of mana, and there's a way that he could cast this non-ritually if he wanted to, but you only watch him do it ritually. And God, that 20. What's your spell slot?
Oh, level 2.
Okay. To be kind of written out, and there's a prayer that goes along with it, and it's all like very intricate, but you have a full understanding of how it works. And if you see somebody attempting to cleanse miasma ever, you would immediately be able to identify it.
Nice. I'm going to write the best paper on this and get such an A. And then I'll probably end up telling Fulmin about it, since Fulmin's probably the only person who could possibly even do this in the party.
It's possible. Yeah, as you're watching it, he does have to cast this spell several times because the area that cleanses is fairly small. So he has to just do kind of like a couple sections at a time, and the two of you kind of slowly work your way into the graveyard, eventually clearing the miasma from it.
Yeah, and I'll probably end up just like mimicking some of it as I'm watching, just to kind of get, feel for what it's like,
Yeah.
even if I can't do it. I can reverse engineer this so I can make my own miasma.
You're a wizard, right? Yeah, you're blitzing.
Yeah, I'm a wizard.
Okay.
So yourself.
Color is yellow.
Yeah, the next morning, alchemy is going to go. It takes about an hour to do the ritual. If somebody wants to need to watch him do it, you can. As the rest of you, if anybody else wants to watch, they're welcome to. But I assume that anybody that doesn't can take that time to start breaking down camp and that sort of thing.
I will watch with you.
Okay.
I'll help tear down.
As well.
Yeah, tearing down camp is pretty easy, straightforward. The ritual you're watching is. It seems pretty basic. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of magic going on with it. Burning, get some candles, leaves a couple of offerings. He does go in and with, I guess, with the people who come and watch, it's like, oh, if you're going to watch, you better and get you guys to help take the bodies that were you guys found, take them out, and then go and rebury some of the dug up holes that had been in the graveyard.
I'll get my MC servant advocate to like help out smaller tasks if need be.
Yeah, that'd be good. You can start dragging bodies out and you guys are able to kind of go through some of the people's belongings. And you guys put together quickly that these guys had come here probably. It's a little hard to say because a couple of the bodies are like desiccated strangely. But you imagine fairly recently, like in the last week or so, some people had come up here and attempted to do some grave robbing and awoke whatever was spirits were lingering here and pissed them right off. And then inevitably got killed as a result, and then you guys had the results. But yeah, after kind of getting that cleared up and putting the offerings out and all that, tent is all packed up, nice, ready to go. I'd say it gets to about 10:30, 11, and then you guys are ready to head off.
All right.
So, full moon bloodless, if each of you could give me a survival check.
Can I leave a sign near the graves?
Sure.
That just says the last grave robbers awoke a wraith and were killed. So just don't.
Sure. What do you make the sign out of?
Ah, shit. You know what? I'm just gonna have a servant just give him my daggers, have him carve it into a, like, I don't know. Is there any like wood around? Maybe like if there's like wood from an old cart, I think that was in the last map. Just break off a piece of wood.
Yeah,
Have him carve it into it for me.
Yeah, the grave robbers had a cart, and you can take a piece off of it, and you carve in with a dagger using your unseen servant to do it. And they write a lengthy message just warning people to stay the fuck away from here. I guess just put it near the gate.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that'll last for a decent amount of time.
Do you think that grave robbers rob grave robbers who were killed when they grave robbed, and it's just like a cycle of grave robbers?
I always thought what would happen if two burglars burgled a house at the same time.
I don't know. Do they like play rock paper scissors for it, like, or do they just like, okay, you can have the TV, but I'm taking the VCR DVD combo deck?
What are both of those things?
I don't know. Like just words I've heard people use.
In Drake, I assume just the one survival roll assisting for advantage, right?
Each of you can make a separate one.
Oh, okay.
Again, between the two of you, you're able to. It's a lot easier going back the way you came. You kind of already know the path for the most part, and both of you have good enough memories that you're able to figure out where, kind of remember where you traveled. And even though going backwards does make everything look like a little bit different to you, you're able to keep it kind of straight, and you recognize a couple of landmarks and are able to start making your way through. A couple of hours go by. You guys are making decent time when I always forget, but I believe it is full moon and
Is it past
Ichi. Yeah, and
full mean case, I think.
My passive perception is only 15. It's not the highest. I think I'm like tied for second.
Mine is 15.
yeah, 15 is so it's Ichi, Case, and full moon. Three of you guys start to hear this like really bassy, like grunting sound.
You guys hear that?
Yeah, it's like two loud grunts, and then there's silence for a couple seconds, and then there's a couple of more.
It's a dragon code.
It's dragon goats.
Dragon goats.
Wait, did we bring a pail?
Just kind of go quiet for a second, and you can now all of you can start to hear. Sounds like two of them, like talking almost.
And can dragon goats conspire?
I was gonna say, are they sentient creatures?
I guess talking is probably like over elaborate. They're communicating.
Okay.
It's like when animals make noises at each other, and so yeah, animal speech.
Okay.
It's like two dogs barking at each other
Oh,
to try and like find where the other one is.
guys, I think it might be that time of the year. That's what I'm told.
Their mating call.
Or they're mating. Either way, I think it'd be really rude of us to interrupt. Unless we want to leave some candles or something.
It certainly would. It'd be dangerous as well.
Then, because they're in mating season, they don't have milk. You don't have milk until, the baby's born.
Yeah. We should be careful to avoid it.
You can hear the sounds start to get a little louder as they seem to be a little bit closer.
Can any of us tell like what direction they're coming from?
Somebody can give me a perception check. It's very difficult for reasons I'll explain in a moment.
Okay.
Follow me.
Ooh.
It's very difficult. You can tell that there are two and they're coming from different directions. But it's very hard to tell because you guys are kind of like in a bit of a ravine currently, and the sound is just kind of echoing off of the stone. And it's making it very hard to get a read of where it's coming from.
I bet at least I can't bet. I bet a metaphorical goal that we are going to be up right in the middle of them.
Or they're coming up from underneath us, possibly even the sky.
Oh,
They could
As
be
you say
already
that
among
case, you guys hear a loud. It sounds like two horses almost like galloping, and then a loud slam as two things collide just above you. You guys look up over the ravine, and you see two of these massive beasts have leapt from opposite sides of the ravine, collided, and drop down into the ravine with both of you, or with all of you.
Yep, called it.
also when you said that, all I could think of was like, you sound like two horses, or I like you. You listen really good.
Oh. Oh.
Do they seem to notice us? Oh, yeah, they probably definitely notice us.
The Dark Souls setup.
The Dark Souls setup. Can you tell that I've been playing Elden Ring?
There's a lot of ravines in that game.
So I will go and do a TED Talk after this about my beautiful beasts here. But I won't bore everybody with them that currently. What you guys see are these like hunchbacked creatures, massive upper body and like forward torso area, almost like a bear, but like big hunchback, kind of like a wild boar almost, but just huge. And then they've got a thick neck that goes to a kind of comically small head almost. It's not super small, but it's got this sort of like bull terrier shark like look to it, where it's just got this like very sloped skull. It's got big front paws that are like a bear's arms, but it's got long claws, almost like kind of sloth-like claws. and then its back legs are kind of smaller, and it kind of goes into a more slender back where it's got hooved back legs. And the whole thing is covered in this long, kind of shaggy fur, so it has this like Scottish Terrier kind of look. And it's got huge, like comically large horns that curl back. And in spite of what the tokens look like, one of them is this kind of like pale, kind of yellowish white, and the other is this dark, kind of like a chocolate black. And that's where we're going to roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Is rolling 0 just a feature of alchemies?
It's a class feature.
You got a 17. It's just when you add a turn manually, it automatically sets it to 0.
Okay.
For a second there, I thought 17 was one of the dragon goats, and I was really scared.
No, they're hostile enemies. I can't roll well for those. Wow. Kicking things off, alchemy.
What the dwarf doing?
He's gonna run away. Yeah, he's gonna run over to his corner, kind of press himself up against the wall to try and get out of their way, and then pull out both of his axes, and he's gonna hold and attack for if these things start to aggress. That brings us to Bloodless.
Well, I'll take a bit of a page from his book. Scooch over here, get the sword out, and I'm going to go ahead and take the dodge. And then
Good
wait
call.
and see.
Alright, that brings us to Nietzsche.
How high are these walls? And which direction were we headed?
Quite high. You guys were heading south, so you guys are going downward.
What does quite high mean?
Like 50 to 60 feet.
And with a climb speed, I could just climb that if I wanted, right?
Yeah.
Is this rock lower by any chance, or this one?
This one is slightly kind of like a pillar that's kind of just jumping up. And that one goes up about 30 feet. And this one goes up the full length and a little bit above. And you can see that there's like a tree that has fallen across the top of it. It's like you guys are well underneath it, so it doesn't like cause any trouble for you guys to walk under it. But something could theoretically hang off of it
Gotcha.
if they could get that high.
Does this look like that picture you posted with the stairway and the big canyon walls?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna go here then, I guess. And then I'll also take the dodge action.
Alrighty. Kalo.
Alright, I am going to do the same. It's gonna go... here and take the dodge. Doesn't know what he's dealing with. These things are big. Okay.
Phone in case, no.
All right.
Actually, never mind. We're good.
Okay.
Oh no.
This one's gonna. It has to dash, but it just charges up. It can't get past you guys, so it's just gonna kind of stop in front of you guys, preparing to just barrel through you if it has to. This one, however, is gonna run down. It lowers its horns, and it's just gonna try and like plow through. Full mean. I don't think a 12 hits though.
Woo! No, he just ducks out of the way, and they like butt heads together up above him.
Yeah, you full like just drop, and you hear this like hollow clattering as both their horns slam into each other. It's kind of a weird sound when they collide because you can tell that their horns are like clearly very sturdy and like there's a lot of strength to them, but they seem to be hollow. Like there's a weird like echoing vibration that almost rings out from them. But that's them. I mean, you have these two big goats.
Alright. I'm gonna start by casting a spell on myself. It's gonna be a Shield of Faith. And I believe that is a full action. I'll double check real quick. No, that is just a bonus action. I'm going to move a little bit out of the way, but I'm going to take the dodge action first. So I will trigger from one of them and step down here.
Perfect. It is going to take a swipe at you. Missing. It's very missing.
Yep. Alright, Case is going to be right behind me. I'm going to trigger again to get over here.
Alright. That one, it's not really like... It's not really paying attention to you. It's got its eyes kind of focused ahead. But as you kind of round behind it, it's kind of like got this instinctive like trigger, almost like when you step behind a horse. So
Yep.
it just bucks backwards.
Yep.
It's going to kick you. big whiff.
Oh, yeah. Okay, excellent. With the
Yep.
Shield of Faith and the dodge up, he is able to just kind of leap over that.
Didn't need a, you didn't need a shield of faith
Oh,
or a dodge.
I didn't need any of that.
You just walked away.
I kind of like look back to Bloodless and to Case, but Case is a little more free. I'm like, alright, it's time to go this way. But that's me.
All right, Case.
Okay. I'll just do what everyone else is doing, but I'll have an extra thing to get rid of the second kill with because I'll take disengage with the bonus action and dodge with my action.
You don't have to do either.
I don't.
They both use their reactions.
Oh, fuck.
You don't have to disengage.
Well,
If you
it's
want to
my-
dodge just in case, that's fine.
I'll place my hands in my pocket and casually saunter away.
You see these things both turn their attention to full mean, and you take that opportunity to just saunter away.
And then I'll put a hand on Full Mean's shoulder and go, "Nice dodging there, buddy." And the sewing needles go away from Case's arm to Full Mean's clothes and knit some cool ass patterns, and that's how I'm saying Bardic Inspiration works for Case.
Sick.
So yeah. Hide with bonus action there.
Okay, yeah, you duck behind a couple of these rocks. Give me a stealth check. Yeah, you're out of there. They are not paying attention.
Oh, for this.
What does the alchemy do here? It's got- Yeah, he's gonna cast a spell. Unfortunately, the goat saves, and well, that was a good effort. I think we just wait for them to sort it out. It's just gonna like stand kind of semi-protectively in front of the lot of you and just keeping eyes on Bloodless, and still has like axe that hand in case they like turn on Bloodless at all.
Anyone want to bet on them?
Did you say that he cast a spell?
Yeah,
Can I use my reaction to see what it is?
sure. It's a damn shame you got so high because it was only a cantrip. He cast Sapping Sting.
He cast what?
Sapping Sting. It's a low damage cantrip that knocks the person prone.
Oh, and he was trying to cast it on them?
Yeah, I was trying to cast it on one of the this dragon goat in particular, so that Bloodless could kind of like work his way around them a little bit more easily. Did not go according to plan. So
Not quite. Let me see here.
They still don't have reactions, though. He can just walk past them.
this is very true.
Ladies, you're both beautiful.
I've still got a plan. I'm gonna scooch up this way and see if they're looking aggressively, either at the group or at myself. Or
One directly, like the one closest to you, is definitely like they have these like weird heads where both their eyes are kind of like on opposite sides, so it kind of like turns its head so that one eye is kind of tracking you and the other is on the other goat. It's definitely like aware of you. It's not, you guys aren't taking its full attention.
Okay, I'm gonna scooch one more square and then just prep a melee attack if it steps towards me instead of the other goat.
Excellent.
That'll be my turn.
All right, Nietzsche.
God, I want to fight these things so bad. But these things are supposed to be really scary, right?
I threw a picture of what they look like on Discord.
They're beautiful.
Take what you will
Oh
from
my
that.
god.
I guess I will just scooch around the other side of the rock.
All right, yeah, you quickly can scoot around. The one closest to you guys is also like kind of doing what the other one is, except for your group, where he's aware of you guys and is keeping an eye out. But it's this like for them, it's this weird like essentially like a three-way fight.
I'm actually gonna run over here. Does it look like he's like following? Like, does it look like he's like unconcerned more with me now that I'm like way far away?
He give me an animal handling check. You're not entirely sure.
Okay. I guess I'll just take the dodge action then.
All right. Dodge. Gallo.
Okay. Does it look like Bloodless is trying to make his way back down here or up?
I'm just doing that slow, hold my sword up and strafe while staring directly at it. But I am working my way around it.
Back to us.
So far.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna try to cast Silent Image in front of Bloodless. It says it can't be longer than a 15-foot cube. But I'm gonna try to make the appearance of stones, like another stone wall, is slowly apparating in front of Bloodless. So hopefully they keep their focus on each other and don't wheel around to smack him.
Okay, so just this big stone wall pops up in front of Bloodless.
Mm-hmm. You see Kalo like around it, and he's like waving at you like, "Come on."
Excellent.
And that'll be my turn. Wait. Is it possible to go up over the stones here, or is that a bit of a climb?
That would be tough for somebody without a climb speed.
Right. Okay. I'll stay with the group. I'll kind of move around here, making my intention to get around. Let's see. That's 5, 10.
Yeah. He also has disadvantage because I'm dodging.
That's true.
What a loser.
Damn it.
That would have hit. Yeah, I just nimbly dodge out of the way.
This one is confused by the sudden appearance of a stone wall. I can't quite get over there. Dang it. It's going to try and run after this one. Can't quite catch up, so it's going to just take a couple of... Yeah, this is what these things do. Since it can't make it all the way to the other goat, it's going to run and try and ram you, Kala.
Ah!
God damn it!
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh yeah.
Alright, that brings us to full mean.
Okay. These things are aggressive. Let's put them down. I'm going to start with the bonus action to summon Lightning Bolt, which is going to swing immediately on the one next to Kalo. 17 for 7.
I don't have a lightning bolt, so you're going to have an eel.
Perfect. I love it. It's wonderful.
It's an electric eel.
And then I am going to run over here, hop up onto this log, and do my best to try to get this thing's attention on me.
That log is like 60 feet up.
Sick. Then I'm on the ground under the log.
Okay. You could climb this thing, but it'd be a 60-foot climb up there, and
no, I want to be next to Kahlo.
Okay.
Trying to pull attention over. With my main action, I will continue to draw its attention by swinging on it. 14 for 8.
14 just hits.
Ooh, excellent. All right. Okay, eyes over here. That is me.
Alrighty. Case.
Redeeming myself for the stone golem. I want to use. I just want to try again. Giving Alchemy a fair warning, jumping off him and like try to get onto the back of like the dragon goat because its back is like lower to the ground than the rest of it, right?
Yeah, its lower back is pretty low.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'm gonna fucking leap.
Alright.
Should I roll a thing first?
Yeah, so it'll be acrobatics to try and like leap onto this thing.
Gotcha.
That's pretty good.
Oh, now it rolls well.
Yeah, so you leap off of Alchemy and you grab onto this thing. You kind of grab one of the horns and you reach for the other with your other hand, try and get like a good grip. But before you can get it, it just like shakes its whole back first to the right, and it sends you kind of sliding to one side, and then it flips back really quickly, and you just get sent tumbling off of the side of it.
Oh. So I would be like here, I'm guessing.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, bonus action, help Alchemy by getting its attention. There. And that's the end of my turn.
Sounds good. Alchemy is going to... Yeah, he's gonna run over and just hit this thing with a hand axe. He does, like, call out to you, Nietzsche. He says, "You alright, lad?"
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, that brings to Bloodless.
Okay, well, I've got to scooch around this mysterious stone wall. Oh, and then 30 feet is just enough. Or I can charge down the steps, doing my big old ha! Because I am fighting spiriting.
Excellent.
And you're going to take 2 swings on this guy. Oh, the second one should hit, I think.
First one, you kind of rush up behind this thing, and it kind of startles and kind of kicks back, and its hooves kind of catch your maul. Second swing, crack down on its back, and you hear it bleat loudly. Give me some damage.
Functionally, they're the same, but for flavor, I would be using my sword for this one.
Oh, cool. Then yeah, you cut into this thing. God damn.
For 20. And what? I gotta get through this thing quick to get down to Nietzsche, so I'm gonna go ahead and action surge and attack again.
Yeah, both those will hit.
Excellent. Okay, as written. So 20 and 24 damage for those other two attacks.
Alright, how do you want to do this?
If on that last one I can just kind of drive it into his ribs and then whack the dull edge of the blade with my forearm to pull it straight down.
Yeah. Shove it in, and there's this awful squelch as you cut through, leave a massive gouge through its rib cage, snapping a bone, and just this awful spilling of blood and internal organs and flesh.
Excellent. Go get Nietzsche. And that's my turn.
Alright, Nietzsche.
So what do you get from climbing on top of a creature?
You have advantage on attack rolls against it.
Oh. What is the lighting like here?
It's decent. Like, it's...
Is it dim light or darkness?
No. It is like late afternoon. But it's bright enough out.
Alright, I guess I'll try to... Is it an action, or is it just a movement to climb on top of it?
It's an action to try and climb up, I believe.
I don't want to waste an action doing that. Oh, this changes everything. I didn't expect you guys to kill that one so quickly. Alright, well, I guess...
I was about to say, I just blew my entire load all at once.
True, true. I'll keep what I was going to do before. So I'm going to pull my hat over my face, and I'm going to pull my clothes, do the thing, burst of fat petals, and I take on my ninja garb. And then I'm going to take that that withered vine, I put it in the mouth of my mask, and I make some signs, and I start incanting Infernal. And you guys just see as my asthma starts pouring out of the mask. And it like slithers around and causes a 10-foot radius orb around him, and he needs to make a Constitution saving throw. Even though Falmine and Kala are in it, they're unaffected by it. Damn.
Does succeed.
Let's see if it's state or suck. It might be suck. Or half. You also watch as all the vegetation around it will start to rot. I think you guys are out of head dice. So you guys you guys don't get the additional benefit of it. But it takes 3 necrotic damage.
Does. Begins to kind of cough and hack, and does not seem to like that very much.
Yeah, the miasma then fades, and then I'm just going to wheel around him because I have a lot of movement. Just chill over here.
All right.
Actually, I'll chill one more down.
on Callow, it drops both of its claws down to the ground, and it lifts its back legs, and it's going to kick Nietzsche.
You can fucking try.
Oof.
Tries.
For 6 points of bludgeoning damage as this thing kicks you in the chest.
Or does.
I sure hope 22 hits you at level 5.
I shield, and it doesn't hit me.
Okay. And then it's going to run down here. So, Kahlo and Nietzsche, if you want to take attack of opportunity, you may.
I just shield this, so I can't.
It's a good point. Kahlo, you can.
Swing again.
18 hits. Brings us to full mean.
It's me. I think I'm alive, hopefully.
You are.
Sick. Tabaxi Dash. Get right up in this thing's face.
Please don't.
Oh, it's too late. Spiritual Weapon moves 20 feet closer. It cannot swing, which is unfortunate, but it does move 20 feet closer. And then I'm going to use my Action Surge to do one attack and then to dodge. 19 for 5 and then a dodge.
5 damage. That brings us to Case.
I will also, Tabaxi Dash, which gets me just right there, and stab it with my rapier once I'm there. Attack, yeah.
Oh, 24 hits for 3. And you get sneak attack on that.
So, 2d6. Right, 2d6.
Yep.
Yeah.
4 extra points.
Works. Bonus action. Yeah. Help Nietzsche with Yeah, bonus action help Nietzsche.
Sounds good. Bell is going to squeeze down here. He's gonna dash, start waddling his way down. And that brings us to Bloodless.
Yeah, I'm just gonna action dash. There's 30. Get on the other side of Fulmine there and just post up, and that's my turn.
Yes,
Oh.
yes. So Nietzsche bursts into some flower petals and dashes over here, like just a mad whirlwind, and I'm going to do a shit ton of attacks to try to kill this thing. So I have advantage on my first attack, right?
Why?
Because he gave you the help action.
Yes, you do.
It's shit damage though. 9 psychic damage, and I assume that every time I hit him, it's just like, you're just like your father, and it's just like, that's just what damages him. And then I'm going to do a flurry of blow and do 2 unarmed attacks.
Your father's horns were small.
It casts shield.
Does it?
It does.
Oh, does it actually?
Yep.
Whoa.
I didn't know these things are magical. That's fancy.
It's innate, so it's not actually casting the spell. It just kind of lowers its horns.
Okay, it's got like a fancy parry reaction.
Pretty much, yeah.
Do any of those? Which of those hit then?
The first and the third still hit.
Okay.
It just manages to like just barely get out of the way of the second one.
All right. That's actually, you know what? And then I'm going to see how many. That wasn't. And then I'm just going to move over here. I have so much movement. I'm just going to kind of block him in. Actually, I'm going to do this and block him in.
All right, Kahlo.
All right. Carlo is going to keep his distance. He's glad the thing's not in his face anymore. And do a spin with his swords, trying to lob off the force energy of Eldritch Blast. See if he can hit him from this distance.
You get two of them now.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
I changed the thing. Let's see if it works. Whoa!
24 hits.
Nice. And with the other,
16 misses.
oh, okay. He's gonna move a little bit. 5. Here seems fine. Okay. And that's my turn. AoE Whirlwind Goat.
What was the goat doing?
It's got to honor the roll.
Is it gonna play dead now? I'm sorry, Trade.
It's going to make some swings. It's got to do 2 on Nietzsche. Actually, you know what it's going to do? It's going to turn around and it's going to shove Nietzsche. So I need an athletics check versus...
Athletics? It can't be
10.
acrobatics.
Nope.
Oh no, I'm really bad at those.
So got a special shove?
Yeah. It's like overrunning, essentially.
Oh, this is magic.
Oh my god.
Oh, that training last night, it really helped. Case beat the shit out of me, really helped me prepare for this.
Oh.
Slap fight.
Well, seeing as that went terribly, it's going to run. And by run, I mean it's going to jump.
Okay, so attack for opportunity?
Yeah, if you guys want to take attacks of opportunity, you may. This thing is literally jumping up onto this pillar and then trying to, like, get up back on top of the ravine.
God, something that massive jumping like that would be terrifying.
Elden Ring.
Whew, it's a lot of damage.
Oh no.
It's still up, but it does, gets up there and that's it. That brings us to full mean.
How high up is it?
It's about 30 feet.
Excellent. And is that just kind of like a big tall rock?
Yeah.
Sure, let's do it. Let's do the fun thing. Yeah, let's do the fun thing. The fun thing sounds fun. Move over 5 feet. I spend 20 feet of my climb speed to get about 2/3 of the way up underneath this thing. And then I cast a Thunder Wave straight up. And how often can I do this? Let me double check. Oh, all the time. I will go and maximize the damage. Actually, I'll wait and see the save first. I will not maximize the damage. Still pretty good, though.
I feel like you have to decide before they roll.
You don't. I looked it up.
I don't trust you
Sure.
in this case.
I'll explain it afterwards.
I trust you in so many things, but this...
Either way, 5 thunder damage. And whatever happens to the rocks underneath it.
Very little. Like, there's some damage to them, but it is like a cube of solid stone.
Perhaps they're rumble resistant from the thundering.
Like, it takes a good amount of damage because it's Thunderwave, but it's also like a sturdy, thick piece of work.
Right. I'll use the last 5 feet of movement to get right up under its feet so that if it tries to jump away, I get another opportunity attack, and that is my turn.
Alright. Case.
Oh, fuck. It's time to redeem myself and finally get one of these off. I'm gonna springboard leap off full mean again and try and do a fucking Dark Souls style plunging attack on him while I jump. So, there.
What's your jump height?
Is that the thing? Fuck. Then I'm not gonna do that. Sorry. Yeah, I can just try and, like, shoot it with my short bow from here.
You can try.
I can try.
I believe in you.
I can try. There.
Yeah, that hits. How do you want to do this?
Oh!
Nice.
Oh!
Redemption.
Fuck. I just imagine, as full mean, like, tries fucking it up, it stares at him, giving me the perfect angle to, like, skewer an arrow through one eye and out the other. And just kebab it.
What's this?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Alright. Yeah, but that things go quiet. The goat does, actually.
Fall on top of Falmy and kill him.
It does fall in your direction, full mean. I need you to make a... God, I guess a dexterity save? Yeah. You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as it falls on top of you.
He doesn't. Oh, does he fall to? Can I use feather fall?
No.
No.
Let him have this one.
Okay, you can have it fall on him then.
It's not the falling damage that is hurting him, it's the fact that this thing is falling on top of him.
Gotcha.
Like landing and essentially crushing him underneath it.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, as this thing topples, it like one of these massive bear claws just kind of like lands on top of the kind of like catches you by the like around the collar and shoulder, and it just kind of like pulls you down full mean and lands on top of you. This huge thing that it's got to weigh like 700 pounds. It's just like meat and muscle.
Well, we're gonna
Eat so
As soon as we
good
can.
tonight. Oh my god.
I was going to say save full mean.
Foamine,
by
get
trying
out of
to
here!
lift this thing
We
off.
need you to carve this thing up. Stop fooling around.
No, this is where it's all at. Don't worry, I'm getting a head start.
This is a dream for him. This is exactly what he's wanted.
All right, I'm going to start ritually casting my voice because he can do what servants can do, and servants can, I guess, help with meat.
All right.
Not well, though.
Better than I probably can.
Considering I was underneath that first one when I unzipped it, I presume Bloodless is a straight nasty boy right now. Just gonna go tidy up.
Yeah, you're pretty coated in gore at this point.
Blood full.
Oh my god.
That's why we have Folger, I suppose.
We also have Callow. He's really
Uh-huh.
good at cleaning things.
This is correct. Just turn around.
Callow, could you clean? Look at him. Look at him. Please.
Hmm.
He's gonna get blood everywhere. We can't take him anywhere now.
Full mean, do you want me to clean you?
Yes, please. But Bloodless does look like he needs it a bit more.
Oh, sure. All right. Go and give a nice swish in front of Bloodless, and he just wicks away all the dirt and grime.
Yeah, full mean's not too dirty. The first one got like full Gallagher because Bloodless was using a sword that is designed for killing horses and things like this. This one had much more like precision small wounds, so it's not quite as like gory.
Okay, I got a little sidetracked there. I thought Full Mean was covered in stuff, but Bloodless, oh boy.
It's like the end of Carrie, man.
Yeah.
Also, Bloodless, that was so badass. You like ran up and it died instantly. It was so cool.
I had to get to you.
You did. Look, I'm right here. Ah.
Good fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You should cherish what you have, Nietzsche. And
I do. Look at him. Look at this little lovable tall boy.
Carl is watching intently, hoping that he's gonna get mad. Fight. No, don't fight.
He's called me worse at this point. I'm used to it.
How dare he call you lovable? So rude.
But my brand.
My brand.
As you guys are getting cleaned up, you guys do hear a
It's the female.
and you see a head kind of look over the side of the ravine, see what's happened, and turn and like bolt.
Uh-oh.
They had families.
Of
I
course.
think
Lost
that
these guys.
I think it was more like the woman that they were trying to charm with their fighting. You know how it is.
Could I animal handling check to see if that bolt was like a stomp, pissed off, I'm coming to kill you guys, or like a, oh shit, I'm going away, bye.
Sure.
Okay. Not the best animal handling. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Kahlo, that thing is going to get the rest of the herd and come fuck you guys up.
We probably should get out of here. I think there's more.
That's probably a wise idea.
Full mean, you know that these things are predominantly solitary. Like young will stay with their mothers for a couple of years before kind of separating. You think it was just, like female coming to check it out, saw you guys, and was just like, nah, not dealing with this, and pissed off.
There were two of them here. They must hunt in packs.
All right.
That's not how this. We've already talked about how these things work.
Yeah,
They don't work like that.
These things are pretty solitary. With that said, though, we probably should get a move on. The
No,
carrion will
wait.
be
We
here
don't
soon.
want to look at these choice cuts. Choice
She
cuts.
can do better.
You promised we could eat these.
Oh, right. Okay, all right. We'll get a little bit of the...
Yes.
That-
That and like it's saving money
It's true. But you don't have to sell me on it. They're valuable ingredients. With that said, it is not the meat that people farm these things for. It's their milk. We would have to go get that one, and 2 points up.
Yeah, but like that, I don't have time because she doesn't have milk yet. She was looking for these guys.
I do agree. She's probably out of season for it, unless it is late in the mating season.
It's certainly not, but it would be a waste to leave them here since we did like butcher this one, especially while he was running away. So we should get what we can carry and bring it back.
Yeah, load me up.
Real quick, passive insight 13. Was he shaming us for killing this thing? Because this thing turned and chased Nietzsche 60 feet as he was trying to run.
Treat others the way you want to be treated. And I treated it the exact same way he treated me.
Yeah, we spent an entire round trying to give these things a chance.
Look, I'm just saying these things are like an endangered animal. We should probably like not.
Oh,
well, perhaps if they did not chase us down, they wouldn't be endangered.
I think it's just giving you shit. But
I still feel bad.
endangered. That means it must be a delicacy.
no, they're not endangered. They're actually a little bit overpopulated.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier.
They're quite destructive.
Do the pelts sell?
What about their horns?
We can make cool goblets out of them.
The horns would be very difficult to take with us.
I could make myself a bedroll.
Like, for scale, the picture they threw in Discord, their, like, shoulders, like, the top of their body, not counting their horns, is about, like, 5'10".
Oh my, that's taller than me.
Yeah, like, and these things are just huge, broad, even once you, like, they're really shaggy. They have a lot of, like, thick, like, kind of yak-type fur. But even without that, like, they're huge underneath. Like, they've just got big barrel-chested rib cages, tons of muscle. It's kind of intimidating once you, like, start trying to harvest some meat off of these things.
Perfect keto diet. Goes to the gym every day.
Yeah.
Okay, how much meat can we get from these guys?
Quite a bit. I guess whoever wants to can give me a...
Can we sell you on full meat doing a cooking?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I'm going to say full mean, give me a cooking tools check.
Cool.
And this will essentially determine the quality of the meat that you get.
Perfect. Sounds good.
And as you're working away at that, Colin's going to nudge your shoulder.
You also still have that bardic inspiration on you, full meat.
Sick.
Oh, yeah.
Let's add that on there. Hang on. That's a D6 still?
D6, yeah.
Oop. Typing is hard. There we go.
Okay. Do this in, like, tiers of 5, so 20 is very good. Yeah, so you haven't ever, like, carved one of these things before, but you're able to kind of, like, check out some of its anatomy and stuff, and you figure out, like, this meat is going to be really tough, this might be a little gamey, and you're able to find a couple of parts where you're like, this is the best stuff, this is what we get first, and then we'll work down. Whoever wants to do the carving can give me a survival check.
Yeah, I'm not me.
Is that me again? I think it's either me or Bloodless.
Yeah, we're the survival guys.
Let's do it. Please help. There we go.
I'm not squeamish.
Yeah, you've already got experience dissecting one.
So there's 2 of these things, so, like, one person isn't going to be able to do all the work. So full mean, you go over and you start working on the one that Bloodless, like, fully eviscerated, and you're like, all of this meat has been destroyed, all the good stuff has been just, like, cut out of it, it's just spilled across the floor. Bloodless, you go over to the much more intact one, and kind of following some of Full Mean's guidelines, you find some of the good kind of chest meat and pull some out from like the arms and around the kind of lower torso. Yeah, you guys get so I'll say that you guys get £20 of grade A dragon goat meat.
Hell yeah.
Nice. And while they're doing that, sounds like Case and I are going to climb to the top of this cliff, take a look around to make sure that there's no other things.
Sure. You do find a cat.
Yeah, she's it's crazy time. She's circling.
But yeah, you two are able to climb up, and you just see kind of more of the mountain. You can see some like very apparent tracks from where these things had been kind of like circling each other and kind of grunting at each other. Other than that, you don't see anything too like unusual or unexpected.
Do you think this was like a dramatic like scene for them? Like they were gonna have a final face off in the ravine. This was like a entire arc, and then some assholes were in there and kind of ruined it.
Oh, I mean, I kind of hope so, right? Like,
Well, that would be a terrible ending to the story.
True, but they also like made it our problem when they just started attacking us when we were trying to leave.
I mean, like, if some asshole is in your like perfect fighting ground where you're gonna kill your mortal enemy, and you're not gonna like let them stay there, right? It's gotta be perfect.
Yeah, but if they're like actively leaving, I'll be like, "Okay, bye."
I'm just saying, maybe these were sympathetic creatures. Maybe they had reasons for what they did.
Okay. Well, you know what? I will sympathize with them as their meat is in my belly. I'm like, so sad.
Tell their story in flavor.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then back down there while they're cutting all the meat away, Kala's gonna nudge Full Mean's shoulder. And be like, "You have quite the fighting spirit. You're so eager to just jump right in, and you do very well, actually. I'm impressed."
Yeah, that is the duty of a knight, isn't it? To protect the people around them.
Perhaps I presume too much of... No, I shouldn't say.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, nothing. You just have such a lithe, slender frame. I wouldn't expect you to get into such... you faced a giant boulder creature with no fear.
Well,
It just takes me aback.
strength, like bravery, comes in many sizes.
It's inspiring. And then he doesn't need words for Bloodless. He just looks at him, a little smile, nod, like, you're a badass kind of look.
No. Knife goes in, meat comes out.
I try to avenge myself by shoving Case off the cliff. No.
What?
Oh,
You succeed. Case is dead.
no!
Case, as the group's fashionista, you would be aware. You might not be aware, but looking at these things now, it would occur to you that if you got some of this stuff fur, it might be able to be spun into something potentially useful.
Oh, yeah. I guess I'll bring the shout down from here, or maybe when they started, I would have said like, hey, want some fabulous looking drip? Make sure you don't damage the pelts too much. Maybe I can fashion something out of them and all that. Yeah.
Of course.
Well, hopefully they won't be dripping when we wear it.
Okay, this is a new age fashion movement. You know, like to make barbarians even more intimidating, they wear the shit they just killed right after they killed it, right?
Ah,
Great. Would I need another survival check to try and get an intact pelt off while I'm skinning it?
Yeah, I would say that another survival to try and do any like harvesting of the wool. This is a much lower DC. You don't need to. You're essentially just taking a knife and carving some of the. Essentially, just shaving it.
Well, my thought was to try and get like a functional pelt, and then he can take
You
off
want
of that later. Yeah.
pull the whole thing. Okay, that would be a bit harder, but definitely doable. Yeah, you're able to like these things are huge. You're able to skin off a pretty sizable chunk.
Okay. Just gonna hand it to Case.
Yep.
It's probably huge.
Probably larger than me.
Get,
if it's like fully wrapped.
get pepper from Fulmine.
You eat pelts?
Keeps the flies away.
Oh. You see, I only work with stuff that's been cured. I don't really have a lot of experience fetching them. But the thought, I appreciate the help. Actually, do you want anything out of this guy? I can make you a cool looking mask.
We will talk about this later.
Fair.
You can go back to butchering and just get the last of it. Work on. I have to get the skin off to get to the good meat anyway. So
Alright.
right.
We should do something. Ew, okay. They're kind of staring at all the gore. Ew. Carry on. I survived.
Please tell me you're doing it.
Hmm?
Oh, okay. It's fine.
What?
Never mind.
No, tell me.
What do you do you guys do anything else, or are you guys gonna move on?
Well, move on.
I think we're good to move on.
Wait, Train, tell me. I'm gonna suffer with this.
Yeah, you are, I guess. So yeah, you guys in your inventory, whoever wants to carry it, you have the grade A dragon goat meat and a dragon goat pelt.
I actively cannot carry anything other than what's on my person without
Yeah.
becoming encumbered. Because I'm too small.
Ooh, will that happen to me if I carry the pelt?
If depending on what your strength is, you should be, if you look at your inventory, it should tell you what your carrying limit is.
if you get Fulmine to help, prepping it for transport, I'll go ahead and carry it. I've got plenty of weight left.
Okay.
We already established that Fulmine has the biggest meat pockets. What? He was carrying all that meat to make dinner last night.
I know what you mean, but I know what you also were meaning.
Actually, I don't know what you're talking. Wait.
Casual discussion of tabaxi meat pockets.
Oh, that's Fulmine. Yeah.
For what it's worth, I'm very close to my limit too, so somebody else is going to have to take the rest. I can get the meat, but I cannot get much else.
Okay.
I can carry whatever's left.
Okay.
Strong boys. Onward.
All right. Okay, you guys start carrying on. The rest of the travel day goes by pretty uneventfully. It takes you a little while. You guys have to pull out some torches and lanterns and whatnot to kind of push the last 30 to 45 minutes or so in the dark. But you're able to do it. You got a late start to the day because Alchemy had to finish the ritual stuff. But you do eventually arrive back at the watchtower, where you guys are able to settle in. And Fulmine, you're able to set up a nice meal for everybody again. I don't know if you want to use the dragon goat meat right away, or just use
You
what
should
you
make
got
it-
on you?
Absolutely.
You should make it into a curry.
That sounds delightful. I'll give that a shot.
They do actually have quite a bit of rice still in the stores here because it keeps really well.
Hey, perfect. Then yeah, we'll do it while it's still fresh.
Meat and rice sounds really good.
Oh,
Right.
right?
Sounds great.
Oh, she's back.
Yeah. So this isn't your best meal. It's still a phenomenal meal. But you are still like kind of learning the ingredient. It is a little bit like it's kind of tougher than you kind of would have expected. And you think like next time, definitely like let it sit a little bit longer and just like really soak up the juices. But for a first try with this new ingredient, it's a real fucking good.
Hell yeah.
You have some real nice rice. You have a ton of spices and other ingredients on you, so you're able to season it really well. It doesn't taste gamey or anything. You got a really good cuts of meat. It's good.
I'm so.
I feel
Sorry.
so bad.
She knows.
This weird cat keeps following Nietzsche, and it just won't go away.
It is Nietzsche. He's just so excited about this food. He's just. For
As,
it.
as always, I kind of offer just a bowl of broth to Bloodless if you want some. And it was... And Case gets a little bit of a smaller portion.
I was just being moody earlier.
There is leftovers if you need more.
All right, fine.
I didn't know how your stomach was doing to that.
Actually, I wanted to talk to you and Callo about a possible proposition I have with your side hustle.
Is that what we're calling it? But yeah, what have you got?
Okay. I'd imagine if you're going to continue that, you'll need more themed kind of outfits or nights so that things don't get stale, right?
Sure, certainly.
Okay.
Variety's the spice of life.
Beastmen.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yes. You come out, possibly from the rafters of the stage, start, like, fighting each other, similarly to these goats. And you attack, and you attack, and you rip each other's fashionable robes off in a heated, intense screech of passion, and give those people at that sketchy dive bar a show.
One moment. It's not a sketchy dive bar. It's a classy establishment. We went there.
Yeah.
It was there. There was a bouncer. There was a dress code. There was an entry fee. There's a cover.
Okay. So it was a slightly fancier fuck pit.
Also, what do you think we did? I played music. He danced.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard rumors.
It's a place of business.
I take a chair.
There's been rumors around town about what you guys were doing.
Well, that's great. It sounds like we did a
Why?
good job.
They're not famous. What the? Why would they be? Okay. Wait.
We certainly could be. We killed it.
Oh,
Or did
yeah.
put on a fantastic performance.
And when you come in to that club next time wearing this thing as a robe, like you're gonna be like, you'll actually be the talk of the town, right?
I like it. I will never say no to free clothing.
Okay. That's just
Not-
one idea I have for this thing. There's a lot here, but like,
It's
there's
a good idea. We will definitely give it a shot when we get back.
fair. Okay.
So Nietzsche is treating this like it's Fogo right now. He is eating until he's about to burst.
Hell yeah.
Like you see him near the end, he's like, I can't, no, but, and then just keeps shoveling it. He looks like he's gonna cry, but he's just so good.
Take as much as you want. We have 20 pounds. I salted it. It'll last for some time, but we do need to get rid of it as quickly as we can.
Oh, we can make jerky out of it.
Possibly. It's not jerked. It's just salted. It preserves.
I
it
know.
for
I
a
meant
few
like
days.
no. I meant we could when we get back, right?
Oh yeah, possibly.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go into a food coma.
Well, you
What?
have a good time with that.
Wait, hold
Am
on,
I
just
on my watch
one
for
more,
one tonight?
one more bite. Oh no, I'll make it. I just need to go to a food coma nap first.
It will be here in the morning.
Oh. He puts his bolt back down and just like kind of glares at it like, in the morning.
Who has the necklace?
Follow me.
Well, wait, you do just hear this, like, distant moaning, which isn't unusual when you have the necklace, but it seems particularly intense.
I don't suppose any of you, and I kind of look over to Alchemy, have the ability to send food to the afterlife? I will look around. Do I see her? Where's Madad?
She's currently... It's a circular tower, so there isn't a corner. But if there was a corner, she would be staring at it. She's staring at a wall.
She's just moving around the wall trying to find a corner, but she can't, so she's just walking in circles.
Yeah.
Oh, right, we haven't mentioned shit.
Um,
I just think that my mother, this is one of the nicest things I've ever had, and I think that she would love to try it.
Are there any cultures that we know of that offer food to the deceased, like at grave sites and whatnot, for like just offerings? Kind of like what we did earlier?
Yeah, that was literally part of the offering.
Oh, I'll just kind of start doing that and kind of offer her some up.
I do kind of make sure to nudge here and there and be like, I make eyes at Alchemy anytime that somebody starts to talk about Mada or the dead.
We don't talk about her.
Right.
I'm haunted by the dead ghost of my grandmother. Huge bitch. She demands all of this food.
That is some way to speak of your own grandmother.
Oh, she knows it. She thrives in it.
Yeah, she already got her chance at life and wasted it, apparently. So now she's leeching off Nietzsche's.
Leeching off Nietzsche.
Well,
Nietzsche.
If you'd like an exorcism, we can perform those at the church.
No, she'd take it the wrong way. You know grandmas.
It's true.
Then sometimes she does bring me candy.
60 years of peace of quiet here on Earth, and then you'd have to spend eternity listening to her.
Yeah.
You'd never hear the end of it.
Maybe if I'm lucky, I just go to hell. But yeah, we'll do a little...
I will at some point if I can find a moment where everybody's distracted and I kind of go over to the kitchen to start cleaning dishes and whatnot. And I do kind of whisper under my breath, "Is everything okay?" To Mada.
I understand that you have a job to do here, and I appreciate all of you putting in the effort to help me, but it also kind of feels like you've all just been fucking around with a bunch of goats and ghosts instead of dealing with me, a ghost.
The goat fight took, 10 minutes. But we do have to eat and sleep. And I know you're free of these mortal shackles, but...
I understand. But also, for the record, the goat fight took, like 30 seconds. The carving and everything took, like, an hour.
That's fair.
It was her lunch break. The union demands it.
Yeah.
It is mostly we need to play things up as natural for our friend here. We don't want to bring any attention to him that we're in a hurry, that we're dealing with something supernatural. We talked so much about how we'd want to harvest it, and we do have to follow through on that or he'll get suspicious.
Why not question him?
This is not a bad idea.
Those fuzzy manacles.
I guess you would. Perhaps we could. I will ask the others. Maybe we could do it in the morning before we leave.
I just feel like you might be losing your chance if we don't do it now. Well, he's alone.
Right. Once we get back to the school, he'll have backup and places to go. I'll try to convince the others overnight. We'll talk to him in the morning.
He could be a one-off NPC who you never see again. That would be terrible.
My life is not a video game. I don't even know what a video game is.
I don't either. I'm just saying it would be terrible for him to go off on a mission and then die before he could be questioned.
Okay, but I do have to ask you. You knew he was present. Did he help kill you? Was he just a witness? Did he maybe try to save you?
I don't... It all happened so quickly. I just remember the face,
Okay, well, we'll get some more information.
the stature. He was younger then, obviously. I just know he was related.
Well, I think that this conversation is a good segue into asking him, so we'll bounce off of that. Let me at least warn the others before we jump into it, though.
Should I do anything?
Here, I'll tell you what. I'll pass this around, and you tell them that we're going to try to confront him soon. He motions to the bracelet. And then, when he's done washing dishes, he'll go back and start playing. And he'll use that as kind of an excuse to take the bracelet out and hand it to somebody else while he starts playing.
Alright.
Mhm.
Alright. This is what I wanted, and I regret it now. Who gets the necklace first?
Probably a random pick between everyone except Case. So let me check.
She might not even still be there. You might all be fucking with me.
So let me see. 1, 2, 3.
Just give me a d6. 1, 2, Kahlo. 3, 4, Nietzsche.
Yes!
Okay.
I knew it. It's fate.
Bloodless.
Sorry, it's d3, so bloodless.
Yep.
Alright, bloodless.
Mm-hmm.
You receive the necklace and you see Mada, and she says, Fomine wishes to pass me around so that I can inform everybody of our plan. We're going to be questioning the fat one. Prepare the manacles
No.
and your weapons.
Just a grunt, a nod. Give it to Nietzsche. Does the door on the tower open into the tower or out to the little courtyard?
I think it opens outward.
Well, I'm still kitted up, so I'm just going to go set the dishes down by... Oh, yes, it does. It's even on the graphic. We'll basically hand off any dishes to Fulmine and then lean on the frame and just kind of block the exit.
So, as the necklace kind of gets passed around, all of you get progressively, worse and worse instructions of what's going on next. So you know that you're doing something to alchemy.
Okay.
Once-
Where are Alchemy's weapons? Now that we're like in here and just ate dinner, is he still wearing all of them, or are they like nearby him?
He has 2 axes on him that are just strapped kind of at his. They're kind of like those. It's like undercover or detective gun holsters where they're under your arms. So he's got 2 there, but then he's got a big belt that just has 12 axes that he does take. He takes those off while he's eating, so that he's not rattling around like a bag of spoons.
Does he cut his food with an axe too? Is that-
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just full on.
Little axe.
spooning curry off of the plate with an axe and licking it off of the plate.
And they're like utensil size axes too.
Yeah, all of his utensils are like axe themed. They were a gift that he got when he graduated. And, he's very attached to them.
Has everybody received the necklace? Has everybody gotten the news that this is happening?
Yes.
Well, wait, it sounds
Something's
like probably
happening.
haven't, but whatever. Someone just told me, but yeah.
You know, it is funny, he says out loud, kind of looking to Alchemy. This talk of the dead and ghosts and exorcisms. You really do have services like that back at the college.
We do.
Well, it is, perhaps fate or divine providence. I never know. The gods work in mysterious ways. I'm no stranger to death, to ghosts. They speak to me from time to time. It's part of why I got into my magic. But there's one that's been following me for some time that, well, she seems to recognize you. You know anything? Have you been present for anyone's death? Someone, a girl, maybe? She calls herself Mada. She says she knows your face.
He kind of thinks for a moment. So I've been in the presence of many people at their death.
Truthfully, she does not know whether you were responsible for it or just a bystander or maybe even nearby when it happened.
Sorry, I need you to... Are you done? Are you done, sir? Okay, you good?
What's he tearing
Cool.
up?
I have these old pillows, and I put them down for him so that he could have somewhere to, like, sit. And normally I had them, like, kind of just next to each other, but they were getting in the way, so I stacked them on top of each other, so I guess they're, like, too squishy or something.
Yup.
So he was just, like, tearing the shit out of the one, and they laid down for a full 10 seconds, and then got up.
Yup.
And now he's under my desk.
Perfect.
Thanks, buddy. So, yeah, he says, I've been in the presence of many people during the death. It's an unfortunate side effect of working for the church. We perform a lot of people's last rites. Fortunately, I can't say I recall a name, Mada.
19. I have it written down. Is it 56?
Well, it's 1656.
Is it okay? I have my.
Yeah.
Let me go my notepad.
1656. I would have been still in the college. I don't recall.
You were there. Some bolts to the neck.
Yeah, if it helps, we have been trying to figure this out, and we don't know if we should enlist you for help or if we should be skeptical of you. I'm sure you understand. The ghost remembers not much more than we know. We're just trying to get to the bottom of it. We know she was shot by a crossbow somewhere at the college by somebody at the college in 54.
Alchemy, in all fairness, you've been really nice to us, even with our fucking around, and you've guided us up and down the mountain really well. It's just there are a few coincidences that implicate you in this situation, a bit more than one that seems to feign the amount of ignorance that you are currently.
So you're saying that this ghost is a trustworthy source?
I'm
No, not at all.
No more or less than you. We're trying
What-
to make heads and tails of everything.
There's also the fact that the year you graduated from the college seems to be a very special year in terms of some other coincidences.
There was a fire in the observatory. Professor Beaumont went missing. It was a big year, and if you were part of it, we'd like to know everything that we can.
We would hope you weren't one of the worst parties in it, but like, you never know. And isn't it our job as adventurers to try and do the most good for the most people?
No, you have a good point. Unfortunately, that was a very long time ago. I don't recall a whole lot at that time, at least as far as the specific details. Um, but if you want some information, Professor Beaumont's records should still be at the school.
It might be.
How
That
about
might have been what was burned at the observatory.
Would we able to access them? Would you be able to help us access them?
I don't see why not. They should be available to students if they request them. I don't think many people do.
does he seem like he's holding information back or kind of dodging some of our questions?
Sure, give me an insight check.
I hope that someone else wants to do this as well because I'm not super great at it.
Mm-hmm.
Neither am I.
God damn, I believe every word he's saying.
I disagree with it on principle, but I'm going to roll it because it's in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
So
God.
I'm going to try rolling insight a little bit less true or false. Like, they're lying as much as here's some body language cues that you get that might imply this sort of
Yeah.
attitude or
I like
energy.
that.
You get the sense that he kind of sits back, he's got his arms crossed, and he is
Calm? Does he seem calm?
not calm, tense, but you don't think that it's a, like, he doesn't seem to be lying. Like, you focus on his eyes, and the eyes kind of tell a lot. Or at least Nietzsche doesn't notice this, neither does Fulmine, but Kahlo does. Kahlo, you're paying attention to his eyes, and you can see that whenever he's answering these questions, he tends to take a look up, and he seems to think about it for a bit. And that's typically a sign that somebody is being genuine, like they're genuinely trying to think of the correct answer.
Hmm.
Whereas if people kind of like look down, that's typically a sign that they're lying. But he seems to be kind of open, but you do see that he's kind of closed himself off a little bit. Like he's got his arms crossed, but it's not that he's lying. It's more that
He's surrounded by 6 people
he was
accusing
just
him of murder.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Maybe let's not.
He's in the middle of the woods with 5 people who are accusing him of potentially assisting with a murder.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's calm. He's not like reaching for weapons or doing anything like crazy. He's aware that he's like at some disadvantage, but he doesn't seem to be like actively lying. He's not doing like any sort of like creepy like word play or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
As you can tell.
I'm gonna take the bracelet from her hands. I'm like, hey, come here. Or I'm just gonna walk up to him and be like, if you touch this, you should be able to see her.
Can I, as this is happening, oh God, do I have I don't have my sword. There's no way I'd have my sword. I just want to be ready to, like, try to snatch it if he does anything drastic with this bracelet suddenly.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be trying to, like, I'm going to try to probably wear it so that it's, like, difficult to take from me. And then I'm just going to, like, I'll touch it to you. Don't touch it with your hands. And just take a look at her, see if you recognize her. And I'll try to, like, touch it to, like, his shoulder or something so it's not, like, near his hands.
He does kind of like pull away as you try and just like touch this strange metal object to him.
He lets me do it. I'm not just going to force it on him.
Yeah. This is, all right. I get that you're all
I'm not
pretty invested in this, and it's good that you're taking the initiative. I am not super comfortable just touching a potentially cursed object. Have you all had this checked? Are you certain that this is
not
what
at all?
it does?
Which is
Yeah.
kind of in the place now where we're trying to find information out, and there's not a lot of information out there. They're kind of the first lead we've really had.
If it's all right, we did bring this to we didn't exactly let them know about the ghost, but we did say ask, hey, would you be able to tell if this object could curse you in any like horrific way, and to their knowledge, they didn't see anything. So I don't know.
What it's worth, we've also been in and out of contact with it for about a week now. No ill effects. I've received no false auguries for it. It's been
Really-
safe.
Really, right now, it just seems like it's the only way to perceive her if you touch it.
Give me a.
Whatever it is, it's going to be a bad roll. I'm not very good at those.
I'm lying
Yeah.
to him, but
Yeah, I know. All right, I'm gonna call this. We're gonna do this a little bit weird, because I think it's fun. Currently, we're gonna call this a DC 50. You all collectively can roll a skill to try and make that DC. I believe that Fulbean and Nietzsche are doing persuasion, and Case is doing deception to try and get him on board with this.
Sick.
And Kalo and Zabo can both tell me if they are assisting in any way.
I'll assist. I would argue an intimidation because I'm sure he's taken a peek around and realizes that yes, I am blocking the door.
That's fair. Yeah, I think
That's a good
intimidation is a
point.
good. You guys are already at a 30.
Woo!
47.
Oh, that's actually really
Yeah.
good.
Goodness.
Killed those rolls.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure how I could help it to be needed.
You don't actually. He's just kind of like, well, you've all got me by the balls, so here it goes.
If it makes you feel better, if I wanted to poison you, you'd be poisoned already.
You got me there.
We
He
just want
takes
the truth.
takes another bite of the curry and then touches the.
Yeah, I
Amulet.
also like
Oh.
touch it to him, not like
Yeah.
letting him touch it.
Yeah, you touch it to him, and you, Nietzsche, because you're in contact with it already, see that Mada is like right in his face immediately, in her like creepy ghost way, and he's just like, "Oh fuck!" and he
No, give him some space. No, be respectful.
tumbles backwards out of his chair.
If I noticed that she was in his face before I touched him, I would actually tell her to like back up. I'm like, get back up. Don't be rude.
Okay, she
Case
backs up
feels a-
behind you and then like zooms forward as he touches it.
all hint of pride.
I have actually, I'm going to have to try to contain a laugh because this is funny. I start chuckling and I'm trying to keep a straight face, and I fail.
Take a few steps up and give him a hand up.
All right, yeah, just take it to the bro, grasp by the forearm, and lifts himself up and goes over and like lets you touch the necklace to him again. Says, for the sake of me not role playing with myself as me attempting to be vaguely Scottish and also a very quiet, creepy girl, Midas starts to kind of talk to him in the kind of creepy way that she speaks, and he kind of looks to you all. Well, let's say it's definitely a haunting. That is a haunted necklace.
Yes, it is. I'm not sure.
If she wants to pass on, we can do that at the order. We can cleanse this object and let her move on.
And if that is what she wants, then by all means, I think we should do it.
I mean, that what she said she wanted was to find her killers.
Right, and I do think that is what she has lingered for, is she wants to make things right, to make sure that nobody else is taken. We heard rumors that she was not the only girl that went missing in those years.
Lots of children did,
There were lots
right?
of children that were apparently abducted and never seen again. For all we know, they could still be happening.
And
Lean.
Yeah.
Tell him where we got it.
We found this. It was actually very bizarre. While we were in town doing some shopping for the college, there was a strange attack in town. Giant wolves. They didn't come from the gate. They came from somewhere in the middle of the city. The guards put them down quickly, but we found this on the wrist of one of those wolves.
Really? And forgive me, what year did you say that?
15 or 16.
56?
1654.
I thought it was 56, and he started college at 54.
I have 1654 written down.
Yeah, I have 54 written down in two
But I
separate
know
places.
that might have been
Not
for
wrong.
the star chart or the
50
observer.
Wait, 54 is
54
disappearance.
Yeah, 54 is when Beaumont disappeared. And 56 is when Bell graduated.
Okay.
So yeah. I'd have to double check, but there were some dire wolf attacks very similar around that time.
That is bizarre.
Were there also any demon attacks, like they had at the college recently?
None that stick out as unusual in any way. We have demon attacks all the time, but
the cool thing for a college to have.
well, not in the college itself, but like around
Yeah.
Camlann.
In the world. The world has demon attacks all the time, yeah.
Right.
If you don't mind me asking, what courses, if you can remember at all, what courses did you take that year? Did you live in the dormitories? She says she saw you near her death. Perhaps you were just an innocent bystander in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Sure. Surely if he was witness to a murder, he would remember that 16 years later.
Well, maybe she saw him, but he didn't see her.
That could be.
One of the things,
Or see her as this. Perhaps.
she said that she's never been in the school, so if it narrows it down at all, the murder might not have happened at school. It honestly, it probably makes it broader, but like it would not implicate like every student, right?
Well, I lived in the dorms. I took mostly the religious studies, and at the time I was assisting with the astrology course. Well, that was still somewhat. People were somewhat interested in it. Or astronomy, rather.
This might be a long shot, but the observatory burned down that year. We found records that the year 54 was important. Is there... You said you were studying in it. You took a course on it.
The observatory didn't burn down that year.
It was just closed, right?
Oh,
It burned this year. Someone burned it.
Burned this year. I don't think you guys knew this, but Professor Beaumont was the former astronomy teacher, and when he went missing, there was it did close down for a little bit.
Gotcha. This all might be kind of a stretch, but it seems that there's a saying that history does not repeat itself, but it echoes, or it rhymes. Is there some significance to I don't know, the astrological period of 16 years? Something that would have happened in 54 that would be happening again now?
Yeah,
Or
maybe the alignment of the celestial bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, I did notice that the insert the name of the piece of equipment that is the solar system was damaged and destroyed. It was good to see if this year matched that year.
It's possible. Honestly, I was never much of a astrologist myself. I was mostly helping with some of Professor Beaumont's other projects, but if we wanted information on the actual astrological periods and any celestial bodies that may have been in sync between that year and this, the best place to get that information would be from the Iron Sand Islands. But obviously we can't really make a trip out there.
Can we not? We did this field trip. Could we do a longer one?
Well, if you want to miss 2 months of your classes.
Well, truth be
Yeah,
told,
2
I
months
would love
would be
to
a lot.
miss 2 months of these classes.
I can't afford
He laughed real hard.
Can I ask another question? That
Yes.
year, you say that demon attacks happen all the time. Was the alchemy wing attacked? Specifically, this time it seemed that demons attacked potions of lycanthropy. Or I'm wondering if there's a connection. Giant wolves, missing people, destroyed. Like they said, it was just a distraction, but it just seemed strange.
It's possible. If someone was trying to cause a distraction, the alchemy faculty has a lot of potentially combustible ingredients. It would be a good way to make a lot of noise. We don't normally get a lot of demon attacks in the school itself, at least not outside of the conjuration wing.
They were covert demons, thinking about it now. They snuck in equipment and just kind of stayed there. It's not like...
Yeah,
You know-
pretty dumb demons. They were just doing what they were told to do.
This might just be me thinking out loud, and perhaps it is nothing. They were covert demons, and they were able to sneak in, but... he's going to kind of lower his voice. He's going to look over towards all of you, and he's like, there was somebody at the school who knew full well when people snuck in where they weren't supposed to be. They found out almost immediately and approached you within minutes. How did they not see the demon attack? Or did they, and they simply let it happen?
It's possible.
Surely,
Or-
if something big
But also-
was happening at the school, the divination people would have seen it. They would know, yeah?
Perhaps. I mean, you can't see everything and know everything, but they also could protect themselves,
No,
correct?
Of course not, but they knew you were in there. That seems like a small thing to catch.
Professors. True, but professors are very busy.
It's
Could
true.
give them the benefit of the doubt, but
I,
it is a
I,
good point.
I don't think it's uncough. Is that the right word? That there might be an inside person.
I assume there must be. This might be false, but she seems pretty certain that it was somebody at the college who killed her.
Quick question, Drake. So as we've been having this conversation and talking with Alchemy, has Madas seemed to have calmed anymore? Does she seem to be like taking in what he's saying, or does she seem to be continually aggressive towards him? And
She's just taking it in. She is just kind of like sitting with that like haunting 1,000-yard stare
From the corner of the
from the
room,
corner of the room.
like on the
There's this-
ceiling.
But she
Yeah,
seems,
like-
she seems pleased might be a strong word, but she seems pleased with the fact that we're finally like getting information for her, and she doesn't seem to be thinking like, okay, this guy, let's just rip him to shreds.
Yeah, like she's not like, let's kill him. Like she doesn't seem like some dark demon that you guys have sold your souls to or something. She seems like, okay, this is some kind of information. Maybe it's a direction we can go. You do, but yeah, that's about all you get. She's just kind of like sitting in a corner. You have the fireplace going, so it's very bright in here, except for the one section where she is, where it's just like weirdly shadowed, and she's just sitting there, stringy hair in her face. But she's kind of letting you guys do the talking because she doesn't want to totally scare him from speaking.
Yeah. Also, Alchemy, I hope you don't take this too much too too hard. That we're trying to find information out. We're still new at the interrogation stuff. So
You are smart.
No, it's
We suspect there's
very
somebody on the
understandable. Quite frankly, I'm very impressed that you got me all alone and
I mean, I think it was
pretty much cornered me. It's
inside. I'm glad we
There's
did
no
not have to
point.
kill you.
But this all being said, I hope that this means that you could continue to assist us with this investigation.
Oh, actually, now that the smart questions are out of the way, let's kind of dive into the stupid theories. No, just to cover all bases in case the parlor scene asks for it. All right. Well, okay. First, alchemy. Do you have a twin brother?
Oh.
No.
Good question, though. I like it.
Oh,
Fortunately, I do not.
maybe Mada's racist and she can't tell dwarfs apart.
It's possible. The beards really hide a lot of our facial structure.
Well,
need-
there's one key aspect
You
here.
look a bit more
Madar,
impressive than the typical dwarf.
Madar doesn't have an axe stuck in her forehead. She's got an arrow in her neck.
Okay,
She's
that
too bold.
Couldn't have been him.
What? It wasn't him.
that is
True.
just okay.
She's- You know, it's a little stupid, but it's got the point. I have terrible aim with crossbow. There's no way I could get two bolts in the same place.
Yeah, I
That's kind of why-
I don't even think it's a racist thing. I think it's just an alchemist thing.
Yeah, I also.
Yeah.
That's
No,
why I was asking whether you had a friend who used crossbows.
Well, I mean, everybody in the Knights Order is at least trained in them. I've got fat fingers, so I can't use them very well, but I know how to.
Does the order use specific types of crossbow bolts? Could you
That's
look at
what
the
I was
ones in her
thinking.
neck and maybe discern material, and maybe that can lead us on a supply chain?
Right, if the fletching is of goblin make or something, it could give us a clue.
I could. See, you do see him, Kalo. You as the only one who has like decent insight in this situation currently. You do see him. He does go a little pale at the suggestion, but he says, "I can take a look."
Madahi's trying to help. We're trying to find more information out. It's just be nice.
Yeah, she's just like jaw opens up and this haunting sound
Do you want him
emanates out
to?
of her mouth, and she goes over and takes a look and starts kind of checking the bolts. Says, "No, first of all, it's very impressive that the bolts managed to make it into the ethereal plane.
Right?
It's actually quite convenient." So I have good news and bad news.
Okay.
The good news is that I can identify where these bolts are from. The bad news is that they're what we use in the Knights of the Round, and as a result also the College of Camlann just use. We all get our bolts primarily from the same couple of suppliers. So they're all pretty standardly made.
Not something we could easily track down. These are very standard issue.
Yeah, they don't seem particularly unique to me.
That's unfortunate, but good to rule out at least.
Are the bolts like sticking out both sides of her neck, or is it just like they're just in her neck?
No, they're both seem to hit like pretty close to one another.
Okay, but it's not like. But I mean, like it's not like it's like skewering her neck. It's just like in her neck.
No, yeah, they're just both kind of like in the neck, maybe like a couple inches in, probably enough to like hit the esophagus.
Oh, hey, Mada, open your mouth. I want to look inside. I want to see
Yeah.
if I can see the tips.
Jaw like, fully unhinges and just like this haunting, ghastly visage opens up before you.
Okay, I'm also probably doing this while like no one else can see, so that way I'm not gonna like scar anyone else.
You're
But
just like
what type
looking
of
into this dark corner.
yeah? What type of does it look like? Just normal crossbow bolt tips? Does it look like they're like silvered or any type of special material on them?
Cool. Give me a investigation check. Yeah, tips seem pretty standard. This seems to be just typical, like a typical crossbow bolt, the kind that you guys use at the college.
Okay. How wide can you open your mouth? Go as wide as you can. I need to see this.
Oh,
Yeah, it just like, God, it's just like this foot tall gap.
Okay, Mada, can I stick my head in? I just want to see.
This is a bad idea. This will not go anywhere good.
Sure, you stick your head in, and
I
I
ask for her permission.
you just get this haunting as her mouth is
You
open.
can like shake or nod or shake your head.
Her head kind of nods a little bit, and there's this horrible like bone cracking sound.
Okay, I do it.
All right, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
You guys watch Nietzsche fully like go catatonic for a good like 6 seconds.
Well, I told him. Let's go get ready for one more buddy.
I don't think he's dead.
Yeah, he still sees me.
Nietzsche.
You guys kind of like look over Nietzsche, and Nietzsche, you are terrified. You're as you feel like this overwhelming kind of darkness, as if you looked into hell and like saw the worst fate for yourself. And yeah, it's deeply unpleasant. So unpleasant that you actually your entire body locks up. You are like paralyzed for 6 seconds, and then you kind of snap out of it, and you look around to see everybody kind of staring over you.
Did you have a
As
nice
the
trip?
rest of you guys, like, just saw Nietzsche kind of like looking into a corner, stick his head forward, and then just drop and go catatonic.
Just gonna roll him on his side so he doesn't choke on his vomit.
Has he had like really bad benders in the past?
Mm.
No. I'm back. Oh my god, that was so terrifying. You guys should try it.
Oh, what did you see?
I
What'd
think
you see?
I saw into the deepest, darkest corners of hell, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's cool.
It was pretty horrible. Look at me, I'm still shaking.
You think we
Okay.
could sell this as like an amusement park ride?
I think it would be disrespectful to her. And,
Oh, she'll get benefits, maybe.
maybe. Though at the same time, I maybe don't do it. It was pretty horrible.
Nietzsche's an adrenaline junkie.
One more hit, man.
Okay.
Oh, but the bolts were just normal bolts on the ends too. So, I don't know, I was thinking...
Did you have really close associates at the college?
A handful. It's changed from year to year as our classes were rearranged and our groups changed.
We'd
But-
only need to know one from the last year, the ones from the last year, probably.
Is there...
54. I spent most of my time in the religious studies and angelology, demonology. That was really that was my focus. It was when I was beginning to learn all of my magic and that sort of thing. It was also the year that I spent a lot of time with Professor Beaumont, assisting with his research. There were a couple of us. For the sake of this, he gives you a handful of names of a bunch of different students that were also kind of like there and assisting.
What type of research did he do? Like, do you remember the specifics of what he was researching before he disappeared?
I suppose what would be most prudent is if there was some upcoming event that he was trying to study. Something with the moons, or he gestured toward the sky. Star stuff.
I do have this chart that I stole. You pulled out the chart that I stole.
You are the worst thief!
You
Jesus
salvaged
Christ,
it from a
Luigi.
burned place.
Hey, if they
It's
really
okay.
wanted it, they would have taken it. Also, like, this college seems to, like, reward people for doing stuff, so...
I haven't seen a bit of extra credit for any of the shit that we've done yet so far, so...
We've gotten stronger.
Before we get too far off topic, you've mentioned these people that were close to you. Did this Beaumont professor, did he have people close to him? Was there anybody who he worked very closely with?
He did. I think at the time he was working with a Dr. Percival, I
Dr.
believe.
Percival.
Percival.
Like the country. City? Region? What is Percival? Percival.
It's kind of like a state.
Oh, look at this.
It's like a region.
That's like my home.
Yes, he's a descendant of the Percival family.
Oh my goodness. What has happened to him?
Oh, he's just some old codger. Mostly a bit of a recluse. He's a patron of the school. He shows up every once in a while for parties and things, mostly as a show of faith. He was always very kind of like reserved. Honestly, he was a little bit paranoid and deranged, quite frankly. Don't tell him I said that, but
And he paranoid and deranged about what?
he was always just very private about his research. There were a few times that I had to, because he and Professor Beaumont were working closely together, I had to bring some research over for him, and it was just very dismissive. He had a ton of locks and intricate traps set up in his home. I was only ever allowed to sit at the doorway in the and had to like slip the research under the door. It's very strange.
That is very strange.
Does he still live in the same place?
As far as I know, I never really kept close with him, though. He wasn't very sociable.
He's in the capital, though, right? So we could go perhaps
Yes,
talk to him.
he resides in Castle Camelot. He's one of the nobles that lives there.
Do you happen to remember what his address is? Or where it's at?
Yeah.
Seems like it would be good to follow up on him. Sometimes people are crazy just because they're crazy, and sometimes they're reclusive because they have something to hide.
Yes, in relation to that, it was asked earlier, never got to it. Professor Beaumont was actually with Dr. Percival. They were researching Tsukomogami.
Tsukomogami.
Those are the tiny
demons,
sisters.
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Do you remember what about them they were researching?
They were, at least Professor Beaumont's side of it. I didn't really see much of Dr. Percival's side. He was researching how they could be used to assist with society. Obviously, demons aren't all inherently evil and destructive, and many are capable of working.
So, automating machinery, maybe?
I believe so. I think he was actually working on finding a way to essentially have Tsukomogami-powered chairs and other things to assist with mobility.
Was Dr. Percival... Did he need help with mobility?
He does. He has a wheelchair.
Do you happen to know any information on why he's in a wheelchair?
I couldn't say.
Interesting.
Well, that is a lot of coincidences. I do think it'd be worth following up with him now. Or, well, when we get back.
Well, good luck. He's very private.
I might have an idea or two. Just this might seem a little deceptive, and I understand you not understand you not wanting to help. But do you know what Dr. Belmont's accent was?
Dr. Beaumont, he was originally from Marbella, or Marbais, which functionally is like a vaguely Frenchish accent.
Oh, so like these, sort of. Maybe
Uh,
deeper.
a little less cartoony, but yeah. Um,
I impulsive.
Really?
he
Big
he
hits?
he had lived in Camelot for many years, so a lot of it was mostly gone. It was only like subtle, a couple of words here and there. Uh,
So
Hmm.
every few or so words it might have seeped out or so, right?
getting a little closer.
All right. I'll practice
If
it.
you're thinking of impersonating Professor Belmont to like speak with Dr. Percival, it probably won't work, as I'm almost certain that Dr. Percival knows that Professor Beaumont has been presumed dead for many years.
Well, if a trusted colleague showed up at your door, presumed dead but looking a little haggard, maybe it might justify some things.
But if you're a paranoid deranged person, it's probably going to make you more skeptical and suspicious.
Oh, certainly. I think that not that it. I think that that plan might work for normal people. You don't understand how utterly deranged this man is and paranoid.
We're so
Like he's a complete shut-in, except for some faculty meetings, and he makes a few appearances at the college, and that's it for the year. He stays in his home otherwise.
okay. You said in their research, were they trying to produce Tsukumogami? Where were they getting the Tsukumogami from the research?
I don't think they were trying to produce any, to my knowledge, at least, but they were trying to find friendly or passive ones and attempt to uh, allow them to possess larger objects so that they could be of more use to people and assist others.
Gotcha. So, okay.
Yeah, it was my understanding that Tsukumogami can't possess very large objects. It messes with their ability to control it to some degree. Um, there were a lot of other factors that I didn't understand at the time. But they were attempting to allow one to possess a larger object to uh, assist with more complex tasks instead of just having like a sentient fork.
This sounds like a plan that couldn't possibly go wrong.
It also sounds like if we go visit him, his entire house may be full of them.
A
Would be
whole
exciting.
bunch of demonic dust bunnies does not sound like a good plan.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well, we have a lead when we get back, at least. Someone we can follow up with.
Yes. When did you start working with the order? I'm assuming after graduation, correct?
Yes, immediately after graduation, there was technically like kind of like what you guys are doing currently. I had some hands-on experience while at the college, but I wasn't officially a member until after I graduated.
Understood. All right. So
But
you have a few leads. I know that we spoke. Is there any reason why a person's death might not be in the records?
a lot of reasons if their death wasn't found out.
A reason. Let's just have the assumption that you were in fact there when Mada died. Is there a reason why someone dying around you in that time when you're in the college might be purged from the records, or maybe not make it into the
Oh.
records?
Well, I will have to interject that. Have we returned to the library? Some of
we
you
haven't.
went to go check.
We haven't yet, but I'm just saying, worst case
Right.
scenario, we don't get anything back. I'd like to have an understanding on why it might not be there.
Because there is a good chance that she might have been born under the radar. You don't know.
That is also a very good point. If somebody isn't already in the records, their death wouldn't be recorded. Very likely. Also, people go missing often, depending on the circumstances of that. Sometimes they won't get added into the record books if they don't have anyone to report their passing.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I think the strangest part is that she was attacked. She was not shot where she died, according to her. She said she died in the home that she was squatting in.
So she
She left the area she died to go.
She was shot in the neck twice, and then crawled back to her home.
Is what she said.
Hmm.
Which is why I was thinking some type of lycanthropy, perhaps.
It could be possible.
Or two different. Huh, maybe she was attacked, then they
Or maybe her ghost just crawled back.
That could also be possible. I have heard of cases where a spirit will not fully realize that they have passed on at the moment of their death if it's very sudden or abrupt, and they'll continue to go on about their lives for some time before realizing that they've passed.
Let's
Well-
also, I guess, what would compel a ghost to linger on in such a horrible fashion, implement? Just in general, why would she be attached to this? What does she have to have some kind of attachment to it in real life, or is she?
Is her ghost wearing it?
Her ghost is not currently wearing it.
But she has bolts in her neck, but not the item that she is attached to. Is that uncommon? Is it uncommon for them to not have a visage of the item that they're bound to?
It's because I'm trying to not add a paradox of this item exists on two planes simultaneously. She would typically have some kind of she probably had some sort of an attachment to it, either emotionally or and so it has become sort of her anchor, if that makes sense. Spirits don't typically linger in this space. They are intended to move on to the higher planes. But when a spirit has unfinished business or other attachments that are preventing them or causing them to resist that natural flow, many require some kind of an anchor in order to remain there. Sometimes that can be something physical. In the case of a lot of people who have been murdered under or anything like that, their anchor will sometimes be their killer, and they will linger in an effort to see vengeance and justice enacted. Others will choose an object that is of great significance to them.
Can't believe we didn't consider finding a maker for the necklace. That might actually be a good lead. All right.
Thank you for all of this.
And unless
Of
you
course.
have a split personality in which you occasionally swap to, which likes to go out murdering, I think we're probably done with the questions.
You read a lot
That's
of books, don't
oddly
you?
specific.
Yeah.
Oh, my nickname was Dr. Jekyll.
I don't get it.
Spoilers. Spoilers for Jekyll and Hyde. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
No spoilers, guys.
Sorry, that play has been out for 50 years and
Yeah.
forgot. Some people haven't seen it.
It takes things 40 years to get to where I'm from. Like you know how culture and art.
That's fair. It is. Things are a little bit slower, but
I'm not
If-
even sure I know what you're talking about.
well, if you're all interested and would like to check out the library, there are. Dr. Percival is a fairly renowned author. He's written a lot of papers. I don't know how intellectual you all are, but they'll probably be pretty dense, and you might find some information there. But if there are, his books should be in the library.
We could always appeal to his ego. Say we're big fans of his work if we comb through it a bit.
Well, let's not lie to him. Let's see if we actually are fans, or we can just come as critics. Which honestly, being critics might even get him up and going even more. But like, I disagree with your thesis on X, Y, and Z, and here's why. Would actually become a better discussion than, oh, I think you're so cool. Especially if it's his life's work.
Sure.
He does also hate people.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Oh, no, that's a bad idea. Okay, maybe it's not a bad idea. What if we went and broke out my almost friend, and then we would just like gave him to him? We'd be like, hey, we found you another one. This one's real crazy.
That might work, actually.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't, actually, because we'd have to like get it, and then things could go wrong at every corner.
You don't want to try stealing it back?
I don't think he likes me anymore.
Well, we can mend broken relationships.
You did kill him.
Wait, did we?
No, I didn't kill
No.
him. I just broke his heart.
Yeah.
He's incorporeal. That's all he has left.
Yeah, but I listen. I spent 10 gold on that motherfucker.
Just. Okay. So, unless you guys have any more questions for Bell, I think we'll kind of push forward into the night.
Same watch order.
Yeah, I assume so. You guys are in the tower now, so it's pretty safe. At some point in the night, you guys do hear the like horrible bleating of dragon goats, as well as a bloodless. At one point, you do hear like a hooting of a owl bear, but they stay away from the tower for the most part. So.
Owl bear dragon goat hybrid would be terrifying.
Ugh.
Oh, bear, goat, dragon.
That's 4 animals. Imagine how many chromosomes that is.
So many chromosomes.
I don't know. Would it be possible to take the watch with full mean?
Yeah.
How you
Sure.
guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, Case and I will just take separate ones then, so we have it all covered.
Okay. Let me double check something. I'm trying to see if I saw his vision. I think I did. I don't know if he saw mine.
I think we did both see each other's, yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I guess at that night, they're up on top of the tower. Is it clear weather? See stars and stuff? Or cloudy, dark?
Tell us about the weather, Drake. We're getting ready for Druidcraft.
Oh my god.
It is clear skies. Lots of stars out.
Hell yeah.
Alright, so we probably take a bit of our watch. Like 30 minutes, mostly just peaceful, quiet, and then Cuddle's gonna ask some question. So for me,
Yeah.
I can't be certain, but back when you were fighting that phantom thing, I caught glimpses when you were in pain. It was strange. It was like sliding down a mountain. That was from your mind, was it?
If we are to believe what Alchemy said, then I think so. It certainly felt familiar, yes. I've been in a landslide. I survived only narrowly. It looked and felt very much like that.
Huh. Forgive me if I'm asking too personal questions, but you come here with, you have class, of course. You've got cooking skills and nice clothing and all, but you've run out of money, and I see visions of destruction, and are they connected?
You could say that. You are smart. You're brought up well. You dress nice. Surely you must know that knights don't cook. What to say without boring you? To put it quickly, this house that I came from, I was blessed, I was graced, I was honored with being a squire. I was going to be a knight for House Leon. It was a beautiful house. Oh, on the seaside, next to a cliff. I had a beautiful view of the North Shore. The sun would come up to the west, turn everything gold. Set in the east, turn everything crimson. It had a certain beauty to it. But it was ruled by a terrible man. The Lord was cruel. He was old-fashioned. He was backwards. He was not a good man. Still, my father, he served as a knight, and I was to serve as a knight. And when I had these ambitions of doing other things, I wanted to cook. I wanted to play music. I was told that I could do whatever I want in my free time, but, it was my duty. I had already been sworn to this lord. I would be a knight for House Leon, and that was it. That was final. The deal was already made. I had no say in it, of course, but you know how these things are. Well, one day there is a big storm. Thunder crashed, lightning flashed. The rain came down more and harder than I've ever seen it before. It felt like God himself was beating his fists on our little hillside. And before long, the rain turned to mud, the mud moved, and with it, the castle. Over the edge, into the sea. Nearly took me with it.
Whoa.
I said some time ago that we have a beautiful view of the ocean, and it was true before, and it is certainly true now. But you would be looking up, I suspect. Not many people made it out of there. But there was a moment when I thought for sure that I was going to die. I was up to my waist, waves of mud were coming down towards me. And I got snagged on a tree. I pulled myself free, and I watched as the life I was destined to live was swept away in a storm. And I swear, it may have been all in my head. You know how these things are. As Alchemy said, sometimes it is just your mind playing tricks. But I saw an image. I saw a face. I don't like to say that I saw God, but perhaps it was, perhaps it wasn't. But what I saw was an opportunity. I saw that, I got to decide what it meant to be part of House Leon. I got to choose what I did as a knight. I got to choose whether knights cook, whether knights play guitar. And I chose yes. I don't know what waits at the bottom of the ocean, but me and maybe 7 or 8 others, we are House Leon now, and we get to decide what it means. The mudslide, it was scary, but I think what scared me most was the idea of going down in it and never having done what I wanted to do, you know? So I left. I learned to cook, I learned to play music. Now I live.
It's the fighting spirit. That's something that you can make anything of, knight or otherwise.
Of course. Plus I get to call myself a lord, and it is only half false. As far as I know, I am the oldest ranking and most noble surviving member of House Leon. If I went back there, I could claim that land. Perhaps I will someday.
I think you should. It's a rare thing to have rights to such beautiful places.
You would make a beautiful restaurant. I would have to build the foundation a little stronger than that last one, though.
Certainly. Dragon goat curry, everything you could possibly imagine. You're making the best of it in this new world.
I do what I can. Your visions, there was a lot to unpack.
His smile fades, and he looks out over the landscape, I guess, and he has this odd, placid smile. It doesn't seem real, but just trying to still his mind. It was a lot. Just kind of trails off, staring.
I will not press if it is painful to talk about, but
And he'll look at you. You don't fear me, do you?
I don't think so. I don't think I have a reason to. Should I?
And he starts to look relieved. Well, it's sometimes I fear me. Point is, we have something in common at least. We have a home we can't go back to. And it's very far away. I don't know if speaking of it will help.
I have found that it does.
See, I find it hard. I hadn't been doing much thinking in general up until the last, I don't know, 5, 6 years. We had a very, the head of the household was a very deranged, paranoid kind of person. Reminds me of Percival, the way he was described in some way. But he had this thing, he would love to control everyone in the household with magic and just make it go blank. We'd do his bidding, no chance of dissent or whatever. He had his way.
And here I thought my lord was an asshole. That's pretty fucked up.
Well, it wasn't so bad. It's nice to not have to think sometimes. But night after night, and after the days spent like that, it gets to you. Perhaps I'll tell you some more about this. I feel my mind aches after that. Tried to repress the thoughts for so long.
I understand. Well, you take your time, but I am all ears. Whenever you are ready. And if it helps, I have not learned much since I've been on the road. At least not much that is useful in this situation. I've learned how to cook, I've learned how to play music, learned how to dance. But I have learned at least one useful thing, and that is that home is wherever you are. It's wherever you're going. Wherever you feel safe. You can always go back to your home. You can make it wherever you want. And if you felt unsafe where you come from, that is not your home.
I suppose you're right. But I hold no rights in that place. And I don't have any destiny for me there, or whatever you want to call it. Any deed waiting for me. I told you before, I think I'm not really a noble of any class or status. Just worked there. Brought up with it.
That makes some sense.
Some little servant to dress and dance. To serve and clean them and, you know.
This seems especially cruel. Nietzsche has a spell. They can make magic to do menial labor. I don't know why they would need to waste a whole person.
They like the appeal. The company. I suppose. Don't know.
I think some people are very good at lying to themselves that they have true friends in the people they control. It's good to see you free. You do well for yourself when you make your own choices.
What's the hardest thing? I only miss his son. I was his his first servant, I guess. I don't know what you call it in common. There's a term for it in Elvish, but yes. He and I were wonderful friends. He's very different from his father.
I see.
He's a wild spirit.
Is he still there?
Yes, I'm sure he is. Though he doesn't know the circumstances of why I've left. Though I'm sure he'd gather. I'm free now.
Maybe someday you'll see him again.
All right.
Okay. So the rest of your watches go by uneventfully. The next morning, you guys are able to gather up the bodies of the soldiers and bring them with you down the steps. The journey back down is pretty easy. It takes you guys a little over 4 hours. It took you guys 4 hours the first way, but now that you're carrying 2 bodies with you, it takes a little bit longer. But you do manage to make it back. You guys are able to bring the soldiers to the temple, and Alchemy kind of takes charge and helps explain the situation and go and talk to the right people to make sure that they're interned and their families are informed and all of that.
While we're at the temple, can we find the guy who's supposed to give Falme the information?
You can. So, yeah, you guys go and you find, shit, what was his name here? Tom. Go and find him. Like, younger dude, and he kind of informs all of you that I don't know if I found what you're looking for, but these were all of the names and anyone that had any sort of thought could have been close. Maybe something you guys had told me might have been off. Wrong name. Descriptions might have been a little bit twisted. One person says their eyes are brown, another person says they're hazel. That sort of thing. But yeah, he gives you a stack of papers with a bunch of different names and essentially like death certificates.
Excellent. I start looking through there for Mada.
Yeah, you guys find a couple of names for people named Mada. Find a couple people that aren't named Mada but are like close. Things like Madeline and some other things that are just like vaguely similar.
Sure.
That have vaguely similar appearances. You start kind of flipping through them. All of you guys give me investigation checks.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
boy.
will. Yeah, I can do it. I'm.
There we go. Thank you.
Anyone who's looking can give an investigation.
Ooh,
I'll wisely stand.
he's on the
aside.
case.
On the case. Ace's case. What would a D1000 even look like?
It would just be a ball. So you guys start flipping through the different pages, and even though there's a lot of information here, you guys are able to pretty certainly ascertain that, at least in their records, there is no one that matches Mada's appearance or name.
Or death
or
by
the-
bolts.
Yeah, like there are a couple of people that are like it's kind of close, but they're like way too old and the date's wrong, or there are people that are like the name's wrong and they have like a vaguely similar appearance, but and the date's close, but it just doesn't. It there's something that's just too off for it to be accurate.
Well, I mean,
But
yeah,
what you do get out of that is that you're pretty certain that Sky did his research and he did his work to like get you guys as much information as he could. So you all feel fairly confident that there isn't a record of her death.
Makes sense, though.
yeah, I had a feeling this might happen for one reason or other.
Well, I think the next place we were going to check was Dr. Percival. Try to get some sort of audience with him.
Do we want to stop by our rooms and drop all of our stuff off?
Oh yeah, for the
I
record,
kind of assumed that you guys had
Oh, okay, yeah.
stopped by dropped off all of your like packing, like camping gear first, and
Yeah.
then
For what it's worth, I could still use a good night's sleep and maybe a little rest. I don't know what you guys are like, but
I'm
I could certainly rest.
okay. I mean, I'm doing fine.
if you guys are good to go now, I'm good to go. But it's up to you.
Well, Percival's still gonna be there, probably locked
Yeah.
up in his house.
We also could do other avenues of research as well.
Oh,
mean,
right. Oh, wait, never mind. You're talking about... Never mind.
Wait, what did you think I meant?
I've been trying to find a suitable companion for my roommate. It's not important.
Oh, I mean, we could do that too.
You have the spare time. I mean,
Have you
he's
had him
so
fill out
adorable.
a survey yet?
No.
You know, well, like matchmakers, they always have people fill out surveys and then they compare them together.
Have you scouted out a location for their first date yet? Even
Oh,
Callow,
Huh?
you're really behind on this.
Well, I don't know.
for the date is determined by what her people are like. Not everyone wants to go to the same place.
Well, we can start by seeing what his roommate would like to go to.
We could take him to the strip bar.
Yeah.
I mean, you could.
Or maybe that's a bad idea.
Are you looking for a date or a hookup?
But it's not important. We have crucial missions here. Right?
Here, how about this? We can go to the library and see if we can find like a matchmaking book, and then maybe we can find some questions that can be used to determine what his interests are that we can match up with someone else.
All right. But we do need to put the mission first. This is.
Well, yeah. I mean, like you
goal.
can research that while I'm researching the important stuff in the library.
Perhaps.
Side missions.
Side.
So I guess what are our things we want to research? We want to, if we can find anything more about Mr. Belmont, that'd be nice. Maybe we can see if there's we can find the published works of Mr. Percival. I can look into some of those. Maybe we can even see if we can find research from Mr. Belmont that they were collaborating on. Ugh, this sounds like a pain in the ass.
sure. Do you guys want to? Do you head to the library then?
I mean, yeah, we don't all need to go. I mean, obviously, if you guys needed to rest or make money, you guys are welcome to do that. But I will go to the library and start doing research.
I'll join you.
Also,
Don't have to rest that bad.
if you guys want to start taking a long rest, you can, and like reading at the library is an acceptable level of like work to still be getting a long rest if that's what you guys want to do.
Yeah, we can start working towards a long rest. The worst case scenario is we have to restart later, but might as well go ahead and start it now.
Sure. I need to sleep. I heard everywhere.
After the business at the temple, about what time was it again?
It's probably getting like kind of late, like evening-ish, probably pushing 5, 6 p.m.
Best case scenario, we can go to the library. I can at least find the books, check them out if they let us check them out. If not, at least maybe put them on hold so that they don't get taken by the people. And then Falmeen can make more of that delicious dragon coat. To the library.
All right. You guys head to the library. As you're going, well, just before you guys leave, Zabo, your roommate, Alphin, he just stops you and just says, "How was it?"
Bloody.
Cool. And he, like, leaves.
Yeah. It's our relationship.
Yeah. Been a few words.
Nobody's watching me JoJo post.
Yeah. That's how you guys introduce each other. You just JoJo pose first. You don't say hi.
My God.
He has incredible spine flexibility.
He is a spearman. I don't know how one follows the other, but let's just go with it.
So, yeah, you guys, those of you who want to, can head over to the library. So, the library is a very large room. And there's a staircase that actually heads down into a even larger area that makes up the kind of main proper library. And then there's another level even below that that heads into kind of like the restricted section for teachers. God, you guys have been away from school for so long that I have to jump back to it.
I'll go along with. I won't be much use on the investigation or the study. As long as I can shuck my armor and get into my comfy duds.
For sure.
Yeah.
And it's in his big man onesie in the library.
Yeah. Alright, Carlo's also gonna come along. Go back to his room and change. But as he approached his door, he's hoping so much that his roommate is with his soulmate when he opens the door.
You find him alone, sadly jerking off, and he quickly covers up and is just like, "Oh God, I thought you were going to be gone still."
Carlo just walks in like nothing was happening. You do that kind of weird. Anyway, I'm just getting back to you can resume what you're doing.
Wait, what do you mean I was doing it kind of weird?
The way you're angling your wrist is not... where are my clothes? Oh, no, here we are. You're angling your wrist weird, I don't know. You need me to show you? Are you...
No.
Okay. You found a girlfriend yet?
No.
Did you take my suggestions?
Yes.
Did you talk to them?
Look, this school is like a huge sausage fest, you know? Like, there's not... Like, this is a real shitty time. This is a medieval fantasy. Women's rights aren't really a thing, unfortunately.
That's terrible.
It's awful. It's real shitty.
But I mean, there's a lot of options if you look at the other side. What's your consideration?
Are you suggesting that I be gay because women don't have rights currently?
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of guys around here with those kind of interests. Just keep an open mind. It's a college, after all. A place for ideas. He just waves his hand kind of dismissively. You won't
All right.
be weirded out if I change here, right? It'll be quick.
No, that's fine. And he just like turns over and like doesn't look at you.
Right after that conversation.
Okay, so Carlo gets dressed. Alright. Don't do that thing with your wrist.
Are you shaming him on that? Okay.
No, it's just, you're going to get carpal tunnel or something. It's
This is how they.
concern for you.
This is how they said you should hold a rapier, and I just assumed that translated.
Well, don't do that.
All right. Thanks, I guess.
Alright, and he just gives him a smile and closes the door and leaves.
The camera zooms back through the door after you've closed, and you just see Cavalier's just like, weird thing with my wrist. What are you doing? And he's like starts trying a bunch of different like wrist positions, just like in the air, and just like, fuck it, and just like goes to sleep.
There's no way you can just go back to it after that. Terrible conversation.
So, anyways, you guys meet up at the library. You meet up with the librarians. Lovely little old woman. You picture the most stereotypical old librarian you can think of, and that's kind of her. She's got hair kind of twisted into like a little bit of a bun type situation. Tiny little reading spectacles, and face is just just super wrinkled. Looks like a Don Bluth movie. Yeah, she's just sitting there, hunched over, sitting at the counter, and she pushes the spectacles up her nose and looks at all of you as you come in. Blinks. Oh, good evening. We don't usually get students this late.
Bon dia. We're doing a little extracurricular research.
Oh, that's wonderful. Can I help you with anything?
Yes, we're looking for some of Dr. Percival's work.
Oh, Dr. Percival. It's been so long since somebody's looked for that.
We've been told it's quite dense, but papers don't write themselves.
Oh, it certainly is. Are you looking for any of his research in particular?
Maybe a variety pack, and then I'll kind of go from there.
Of course. Well,
If you have anything on Asuka Megami, that is what my paper is on.
well, we can certainly take a look. She gets up and takes a cane and starts kind of hobbling over, and she leads you guys downstairs.
Do they have like the Dewey Decimal System with like what are those things called that people used to use back in the day when they like the giant drawers of like
Card catalog.
Yeah, card catalog.
No, they do. However, she doesn't appear to need it, as she leads you very quickly right to the shelf with it.
What a legend.
Yeah, you think that she probably understands has like the whole thing memorized. Like,
So on our map, where is the library? Is it still hidden, or is it this revealed area?
it's this one out front here.
Haha.
And you guys are actually going downstairs, and I'm not going to take you over to that map because it doesn't hugely matter currently. But opens up into a big, wide space with several little smaller rooms that kind of jut off of it that are kind of like specialized for a couple of different like topics. And she takes you into one of them and says, I believe most of Dr. Percival's works are here. She points to a shelf, and you can see it is like 2 full, like, probably 3-foot wide shelves, full, like, packed with books.
Boy.
Nietzsche just grimaces.
Hey,
Are any of his books in the like forbidden section? And also, like, what are the penalties of going to the forbidden section?
You see her mouth curls up like the Grinch. The forbidden section, you say? Naughty boys.
Or can I say we
What
like to
do-
be adventurous?
Well, I could certainly take a look. But
Oh my god, I love you.
it is forbidden for a reason, so although I could tell you if those books were there, I could not part with them.
Oh, of
Of
course
course.
not.
Not without a professor's permission.
when she
All right.
leaves, I'm gonna smack Nietzsche in the back of the head.
Hey, I like being very transparent. Look at this. She's clearly gets off on this stuff. She's like,
He's 80 years old.
yeah.
This is the most excitement she ever sees. Like students trying to break into the forbidden section.
She's gonna go on a stakeout now. She's like, I'm gonna get those bitches.
Right? Like, so she does leave you guys, and she does head down to the forbidden section to take a look for any books for you guys.
I'll start just kind of looking through some of the spines of these books and see if there's which ones of them catch interest. Specifically, the one about Tsukumogami. We'll go ahead and grab those ones, and any other ones that seem like they're about maybe astronomy, or if any of them maybe just like
How to Murder by Dr.
Or-
Percival.
without making you. I'm not gonna make you make up a whole bunch of titles, but like, what would be some titles that would be like of interest that might be like topics that aren't Tsukumogami?
Right. So here's the real bitch about this guy. All of his books, their titles all start with the date that it was written, and then it's like in subtext is what the book is actually called. So you actually have to pull out every individual book to see what they're about.
That's really nice, though. I'm going to pull all the ones that are from 1654 specifically. Actually, everyone in the 1650s. I'm just going to grab those ones.
There is one from 51, 50, 51, 52, 53, 55, 56.
Damn it. Okay, I get the feeling the 54s and the forbidden section.
Man, this is like the 90s where everyone talks about it, but it didn't actually happen.
Damn.
Age 12 years.
All right, we're going to go ahead and just grab some of the books that are Tsukumogami specifically then, and then maybe a variety of other ones, and just start looking through and while we're waiting for her to get back.
All right. So you guys take a look, and you find that a couple of the books are about the first couple from 1551 are kind of about a lot of like illnesses and kind of not just illnesses, but kind of physical impairments, and particularly relating to something called the consumption.
Do I know what that is? Or does the book
Potentially.
explain it?
You guys, depends on how much you guys want to read.
Yeah.
I assume you guys are just kind of like basically looking at the back and reading the like.
Yeah, reading like the
Or-
maybe
yeah.
looking through like the table of contents too, just to kind of get a quick idea of what's inside of it,
Sure.
if there is one.
For sure.
If Case is gonna look for anything, it would be a book, any book that he's probably written that might be about like social interaction or give some clues about why he might hate people.
Cool. There's not a single thing in there.
God damn it.
This,
Yeah.
this is going to be
For the consumption thing, give me a history check, Philmine. Never heard of it.
Would I also be able to make one?
Sure. You know that the consumption is an illness that, similar to the real life consumption, it was considered like an illness, and it was named for reasons that it was named in real life, where it's like a wasting disease that causes the body to just kind of like deteriorate a lot. But here, it is a result of people possessing and developing sorcerer capabilities. Essentially, people with sorcerer blood, they produce an unnatural amount of mana, and specifically their ability to manipulate mana through meta magic is something that typically develops when a creature reaches about the age of 7 relative to whatever creature it is, because sorcerer blood is not actually something that is intrinsically restricted to humanoids. There are like sometimes random animals will develop sorcerer capabilities.
And this is like something that all of them get, or just like it's very highly likely that they'll develop consumption?
It happens whenever somebody with sorcerer blood essentially hits this stage, and it's sort of like a puberty type thing for sorcerers, essentially. But it has a high mortality rate as a result, because essentially the extra mana that they're producing, like, literally kind of burns them out from the inside. And so they get very sick very quickly, and unless they have special treatment and are kind of given opportunities to kind of like deal with this excess mana that they are producing, it just kind of wastes them away.
So typically they would have to like use their mana consistently to not burn themselves. I'm assuming, is it like just holding on to the mana, like being at full, burns them out, or is it just like the constant production of it?
It's not quite that. It's almost like a that's part of it, but it's also the fact that almost everything in the world produces mana or has some mana inherently in it. And it's just a natural thing that everybody has, and their bodies are naturally adapted to handle that. And there's a process with sorcery that changes fundamentally that mana that is in their system, which is what allows them to kind of manipulate things through meta magic. And that process of changing that mana fundamentally is like super taxing on the body. So there's a lot of kids that pass away at that age if they can't afford the treatment, which is typically very expensive and hard to get.
Gotcha. So there's a treatment though. Well, you said treatment.
It's not 100. It's not like this is the 100% cure. There are things that can be done to help alleviate it.
Okay.
But it's not like
leeches.
It's not a guaranteed thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Leeches fix everything.
All right. So, quick theory. This is probably what Percival is suffering from. All right. What about the next books?
So, one thing you know about that, Percival probably isn't suffering from it currently, because it happens when they're like 7.
Oh, okay. So it's not like an ongoing disease. It like at 7, it hits them, and it can be what maybe caused him to be in a wheelchair.
Potentially, but yeah, it's like a thing that hits, and then there's like this sort of like an evolutionary period that they have to survive through, and once they hit that threshold, they're fine. And sorcerers are totally capable of. They essentially like adapt to the changes that occur.
Got it. Okay, I think I understand now.
So yeah. Then so that was 50 and 51. 52 and 53 are following a bit more with demons, and they're like 52 is kind of associated with a lot of like miasma and the demons that produce it and why that is. And then 53 is more about kind of this theory of like, for lack of a better way of putting it, it's kind of this really wild theory that demons are this thing that has resulted from the Sundering, and it is the next like stage of evolution of like magic.
Oh no.
And then 54 is missing. 55 and 55 is a book that is essentially retracting everything that he said in 53. And then 56 is yeah, 56 is just going back to more miasma research and potential treatments.
This has already been kind of hinted at, but I just want to kind of like chase it down. If I read some of the the very last books that he wrote before the gap in 54, and then some of the very first books that were written after the gap in 56, or in 55, is there like a change in tone? Does he seem like he has had some sort of significant alteration to his personality? Is there anything that I can glean by not necessarily reading the content, but the tone of the way that he writes?
Well, give me a. God, do you have any sort of like calligraphy or writing proficiency?
Hell nah.
I do. I have forgery
As do
kit.
I. But yeah.
Okay, I will say that Nietzsche and Case are able to help you with that. But Fulmin, you can give me an insight check.
These would be handwritten
Okay.
too, right?
They're not actually.
Oh.
One thing that the college has that is a big part of why the library is so large is that it's one of the only places with a functioning like printing press.
Wow.
It's very basic and it takes a very long time to set up and use, but it's one of the things that has allowed them to like establish such a huge library. And
Important question on that: is it the printing press that they had to each block was hand carved for each page, or is it the one that has like the insertable letters?
Movable.
It's insertable, but they also can do like custom things for images.
Gotcha. There was an
but
aspect because the second one was like way more advanced that really changed the printing press.
Yeah. But with an insight check of 19, Fulmin, you can. It's very apparent that there's a change in his writing tone. It's not even like it. Trying to find a way to like explain this. 55 and 56. First of all, you can tell the writing is significantly less dense. It's significantly more reserved. Like the first 4 books are so dense with information. Like you guys aren't sitting there reading through every page. but at a glance, you can just see, even just by looking at how thick the books are, there's significantly less from 55 and 56.
Right.
55 in particular is very thin. 56 gets a little bit more. It's almost like he's starting to come out of whatever he's going through. And as you look at the next couple of volumes, he does seem to get kind of back on track, but it's like a slow process.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell, especially in 55, the writing is just so much more reserved and restrained. It's almost like hesitant to make a decision.
Sure.
Um,
Almost like maybe there's outside pressure or something like that.
Yeah. Like all of his the first four were very like finite. There's like a ton of conviction in everything that he writes. It's like everything he states is fact. And then everything in 55 in particular, everything is just a little bit more hesitant. He kind of dances around saying with certainty about anything.
Let me know when the librarian comes back up.
She comes back right as Filmine finishes that.
And I point at her and I say 1654 demonic possession.
She kind of looks at you confused.
I was hoping I could guess the title of the book.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1654, actually. There wasn't a book there. There was supposed to be, but it seems that it was incomplete. It was never submitted.
So it wasn't submitted, then, but you had a place for it, right?
We did. Professor Percival, or Dr. Percival, was working with Professor Beaumont at the time, and, well, I think that after Professor Beaumont's disappearance, the research was postponed and was never completed. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I do love going into the restricted section, but
So he had no other restricted books?
well, I didn't take a look, but I certainly could if you wish.
We'll work with this first, and then we'll see if maybe we need anything else.
Okay. She grins like the Grinch again and just like hobbles up the stairs. Call if you need anything.
Well, I guess I can start. Incomplete submission. So, just make sure I understand what she was trying to say. Something was supposed to be submitted, but it wasn't because it was incomplete.
Yeah. So looking at these books, it's very clear that he's been like producing a book a year for a long time, minimum one book a year. So you imagine that at that point, because he was also working with a professor at the school, they had space just reserved because they were like, well, he's going to put out a book, we might as well have some space for him. But because the research was never completed or the book was never written or whatever happened, there's just been this blank space as a result.
All right, this is going to be dense. What I can get started tonight, guys, on the first book.
Nietzsche.
It took me a while to get through.
Are you sure you should be reading these specific books? I mean, if there's nothing from 1654 from Percival, there might be something from 1654 from Belmont or other professors.
That's a very good idea. Wait, come back.
Belmont. Oh fuck.
I'll go find I'll go find the librarian.
Wait.
Yes.
Oh, back already.
Wait. What did Bliss say?
Oh, I was gonna, before he ran upstairs to grab her, did want to go down the stairs, take a look at the door to the Forbidden Zone.
Oh, for sure.
Does it look like there's like abjuration magic on it?
Absolutely.
100. Okay, I figured as much.
Yeah, you guys go down the stairs, and there is there's a bit of a hallway, and to the left there's a door that is. So first there is like a jail cell door with a big padlock on it, and then beyond that you can see that there's a small area, and then another door that with a sign that just says restricted.
Just gonna forgive the use of the character name, but basically just case the entrance there and see what we would need to get in.
Sure. Give me an investigation check. And also throw an Arcana in there, just in case.
Can I second those?
Sure.
That's as good as I'm ever going to get in an investigation poll, I swear.
You see Kahlo in the background of
Did as good as Nietzsche.
Kahlo's just in the background of the camera, like angling his wrist weird, like his roommate was doing, just questioningly, like, what the? How does that? That's all.
It's those gnomish double joints. So, Bloodless Nietzsche, you guys take a look. So the first thing that you guys notice is just a big fucking lock. The bars, theoretically, you could just teleport through if you had any sort of magic to do so. But then there's also another door beyond that also has another lock. And then you're not sure if it's just next is the restricted section or if there's going to be more doors. But at the very least, there are 2 locks you'd have to get through. Nietzsche, you can see that there is a lot of abjuration magic, particularly around the locks, and also surrounding the essentially surrounding the entire door frame and hallway.
Yeah, this thing is death trapped.
Yeah, within Arcana of 25, you are both able to, or you're able to identify those as arcane seals. They cannot be traversed without a password. You imagine that the locks are the same. You're going to need the actual key to get in. That or some very powerful magic to dispel it. And even then, with a 25, you're able to tell that dispelling this would set off an alarm as well.
Yeah, we can. I have some ideas how we might be able to get past some of this, but this is a lot.
Okay, do you convey that information?
I'll just say that to you.
Okay.
We would need to. It'll be a lot of work to get through it. We don't even know if we need anything in there just yet, but at least we know.
I have an idea.
Well, I'm pretty sure that these things are going to explode and probably kill us.
No. I'm just going to wave you up to the middle level, let's call it, the main library.
Yeah.
Sid, read.
Okay, before that, I need to go talk to the librarian.
No.
Get more books.
I will go. You sit. Trust me.
Okay.
So I'm going to go upstairs and talk to the little old lady.
Why am I scared right now?
Yeah, she just blinks up at you. Oh, back already?
Yes, he needs more help finding a book.
Oh, of course. Do you know what book he's looking for?
Beaumont.
Oh, Professor Beaumont. Let's see.
I'm here for moral support.
She kind of smiles up at you. It's this wrinkled, soft smile. Well, you're doing a very good job. She says. She kind of gets up and kind of leans on her cane a little bit and holds out a hand to you.
I will assist her.
All right. She just walks next to you.
Getting down
Just
the
get this
stairs.
like warm feeling as she walks next to you. Like, it's very like grandmothery, and
Oh, Grandma.
He shoves her down the stairs.
No!
No!
she trips you with her cane. And
Yeah, it's sad.
Oh god.
I saw that coming a mile away.
She's an ancient bastard.
I've played enough Drake campaigns to know that this is the most powerful NPC that we've encountered so far.
I love her so much.
Yeah, I'll get her to the foot of the stairs and then just go back upstairs.
knowledge is power. She goes down with and walks over to the rest of you and says, "So you're looking for Professor Beaumont's research?"
Yeah.
I
Specifically,
understand.
we can 1954.
1654?
That's the numbers I meant.
Of course. I understand that a lot of his notes were destroyed in that fire. He did.
Were you here in 1654?
Oh dear, how old do you think I am?
I don't know, like 40?
Oh,
That's so sweet.
you're such a good liar. Yes, I was here in 64. In 54, rather. Also 64. Still here and kicking. She hobbles over. Says,
She karate chops a bookcase in half.
she karate chops a bookcase in half, walks through it to get to Professor Beaumont's section. Were you looking for anything in particular?
More about the Tsukumogami or any about celestial bodies and their placements in the sky.
Oh, of course. She takes over to two different sections. First, the celestial bodies is again, it's nowhere near where Percival's was at. Percival clearly researching was kind of the only thing he did because he was a noble and was rich and could just stay at home all day. Professor Beaumont actually had to work also, so he's still got a decent amount of books and research papers in here, but they're significantly more scattered. Most of them are related to kind of following astrological phenomenon. There are a couple of books related to just meteors and shooting stars in particular, and their potential associations and uses with magic.
Are books able to be checked out of the library, or do we have to keep them in the library?
You're able to, as students, you're able to check them out for a short period of time if they are necessary for your research. We do ask that you try to keep them within the main building.
So we can't take it back to our rooms, or is that considered to be part of the main building?
Your rooms are fine. Your rooms, even though the lower floors are technically separate buildings, the skywalk, it does connect them, so they are still technically the main building. Just ask that you don't take them off of school grounds and return them as soon as possible, just in case another student is in need of them for their own projects.
So which research book do you like the best out of all in the library?
Oh,
Which is the juiciest?
well, depends on what you mean by juicy.
Well, whatever you consider to be the juiciest to you.
Carlo's giving the look, hoping to encourage a more entertaining answer.
We found it. She's the match made for your roommate.
No!
Well, I've always been rather fascinated by topics of the Sundering and also splicers, but That's probably not very related to anything that you're all researching currently as first
Splicers?
years.
Splicers?
Splicers.
Was that?
Funny splicers.
Well, you've all encountered griffins and owl bears and other things of that nature, yes?
Oh, yes. Like we were into some dragon goats.
Yes. So you understand how, with a griffin, an eagle and a horse are, an eagle and a lion rather, are separate things. But a griffin is a combination of the two.
Oh, so like a platypus or a giraffe.
A giraffe?
Yes, you know,
Oh,
a combination of a
giraffe.
snake and a horse.
What's a giraffe?
A stick and a horse?
A snake and a horse.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
Of course it is.
Giraffes are fairy tale creatures. I'm sorry.
Yeah, fool me. What are you on about?
Just like unicorns. What are you talking about?
It's like rhinoceroses or something.
Yeah, there's another one. That's
Like
a good one.
raccoons.
What do you mean a bear? It's just a regular bear.
Just a bear. Huh. This place is weird.
But yes, I've always found the topic of their creation rather fascinating.
Ooh.
But again, this is unrelated to what you're all researching, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I was just curious what you're interested in.
I appreciate it. No one ever wants to talk just about their interests anymore. It's always go, go, go.
The Sundering is the thing that we talked about, right? We've already discussed the Sundering in previous episodes.
I believe so.
Okay. Just making sure that, I was making sure that I was suggesting the name to it. Okay. Actually, the Sundering might be interesting. It does tie into his book from 1653, where he thinks that demons are the result from the Sundering. So maybe a book on the Sundering might be nice too.
This might also be a little stretched, but you might know. What was his most controversial work? What would garner the most of his interest, the most of his attention?
Tell some gossip.
Well, I'm sorry to say that I believe it might have been his work with Dr. Percival. Prior to that, he had had a very extensive interest in the phases of the moon, a lot of astrology, but his interest shifted quite significantly over the later years, and he was very interested in initially lycanthropy and its source, and then eventually that shifted further into an interest in various demons and their potential uses in society.
I see. So astrology, lycanthropy, and demonology.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Phases of the moon, lycanthropy.
Yeah, especially Tsukumagami. It is quite the coincidence that all four of these topics are areas of his research.
There's a mystery here. There's a mystery here. Library lady. What's her name?
Oh, my name is Caitlin, and I've forgotten my last name because I'm just so old.
Oh, Caitlin. Caitlin. There's a mystery afoot, and we're gonna find it out, and I'm gonna write it in a paper, and you can read it if you want.
Sorry, that was the DM. She introduced herself. My name is Caitlin Molly.
You and I, we are kin. We have two first names.
Professor Molly? Or just Miss Molly?
I have one name.
Miss Molly is quite acceptable, or Caitlin. I've never been one for titles.
Oh, this one.
Got over that.
Pretty important job here, Miss Molly. I think you deserve one.
It's greatly appreciated, young man.
I guess I'll probably grab a book of his that's lycanthropy, phases of the moon, and then demons in society. If there are books on that controversy that she was talking about.
Yeah, so you can find the Faces of the Moon. and the lycanthropy, but the final one on demons in society appears to be missing. Says, that's strange. Perhaps somebody's checked it out. Give me one moment, and she hobbles back upstairs to their kind of office to check if it's been taken out recently.
Wasn't Bloodless in that office?
Yeah. Well, he's in the upper room. And Bloodless, you see her come up and...
I think Bloodless said he wanted to search behind her desk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I put that in because we were talking
Oh,
more stuff.
right.
So
Yeah, give me an investigation check, and also give me a stealth check if you're not trying to be caught.
Just like bull in a china shop, just pulls all the drawers out.
Excellent. Excellent.
She is very old.
She's quite old.
Did I do this? Oh, I do this all the time.
with my out is definitely going to be sit in the smallest chair in the upstairs area when I hear people coming up the stairs.
For sure. Give me a perception check to see if you can hear her coming up. Okay, easily enough. Even though a couple of people do, in spite of my shitty map, there are like windows here that look into the library, and it's night, so there's not a lot of people out. But you do see the groundskeeper walk by and does kind of raise a lantern and look at you briefly before going back to tending to the grounds. But yeah, you sneak behind the desk and you start pulling stuff out. The main thing is that there's a big like card catalog, and you can see where it's basically got a bunch of little slips that mark when a book has been taken out and who took it out. It's huge. There's so much that you very quickly become overwhelmed by the amount of potential information there, and you don't get a ton. Kind of scrapping that, you start rooting around the rest of the desk, and it's kind of pretty standard, as best you can tell. There are a couple of like little notepads and things.
Are there any locked drawers?
There isn't a locked door or drawer, but there is. This door is locked.
Okay.
It's about that time after checking some of those things that you can hear the tapping of her cane as she's climbing the stairs, and you quickly rush over and just take a seat, and she smiles at you and hobbles over to the card catalog and begins pulling some drawers out and flipping through a couple of cards.
Hands on knees. Look polite.
The image of a proper student.
As Talbo has always been. Well, that boy's got academia written all over him.
Weirdly, you're not wrong.
Don't you guys find it kind of weird, guys, that like lycanthropy? This is the second time we've heard of it recently. Like, maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions, but
No,
research on lycanthropy, the destroyed potions, demons.
no, it is all a very, very big coincidence if it is a coincidence, and I think it is not. I think we need to go talk to the man himself.
Yes, but obviously, I kind of want to read through some of his works. At least that way, at least we have a knowledge on our side. So at least we thought we were just coming there and be like, we don't know anything. At least at this point, we can be like, yeah, we've read your works. We have questions, specific questions on it.
That is a good idea.
Not sure if that's not enough to get an in, though, but it'd be enough to start a conversation, I guess.
Here's what I'll do. I'll read through it and I'll write a criticism, maybe a criticism criticizing paper on it, and we'll just slip it under his door and be like, "I want to
That's
talk.
okay.
I have problems with your research." I don't know.
Okay, this may be a little bit of a stretch, but if I was a cranky old man who thought the world was out to get me, and somebody came to my door and said that they didn't like me and didn't like my work, I think I would be less likely to let them in than if they
I didn't say I
came-
didn't like him. I just said I have questions. Actually, or maybe not criticizing it, but like I have questions about your work.
There we go. I think we should show that we are very interested,
Yeah.
that we like his work.
Be like,
we
I
want
see
to
you
learn
say this.
more.
I disagree with this. Could you please go into more detail so I can understand?
Oh,
No disagreement.
Yeah, I'm saying that we should say that we agree with him, that we think he's not crazy, that his controversial works are wonderful, and that we want to learn more about them, and that we think they shouldn't have been slandered the way that they were.
I think we have to be careful. Obviously, one of the books is all about redactions or retractions, so we want to make sure that we're not, I don't know, kissing ass too hard.
That's true.
We also want to maybe
Act like we have an opinion and we're not just a mindless sheep.
Well, also maybe send in like we can all be hiding behind the door too, but send in Nietzsche there first, so that this like small little non-intimidating cat boy can be the first thing he sees, not six able-bodied ready to pounce like men.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Yeah.
I guess all that I mean is, I think we want to not set ourselves up as contrarian or enemies. He's already paranoid. He doesn't like the outside world.
True. Okay, I'll write a paper and we can like look over it, make changes and whatnot.
Sure.
I figured that way we at least have something to go off of. Maybe I can even just be like, hey, I wrote a paper on you and I'd like your opinion on it. We have options.
Yeah, absolutely.
Carlo comes up with a book about griffins and other mixed creatures. Guys, am I a liker?
What? What's that?
Well, what was your mom and what was your dad?
I don't know.
That's unfortunate.
You know what's really weird though? Falmine. He's the House of Lion, but he's clearly a cheetah.
It's just a name.
You're right. I'm the House of Fox, and I'm not even a fox.
Yeah. You of all people should know it's just where you're from. It's the name of the house.
Yeah, but like, where did your house get its name?
Presumably from the name of the Lord. We called him Lord Leon.
Huh.
But I'm not related to him. Our family,
Hey, by the way, I've been here the whole time.
Also, I think you might be cutting out.
Yeah, I'm definitely cutting in and out. Am I back now?
Yeah.
Sick. Yep. I don't know what's up with the internet, but they've acknowledged that there's areas or issues in the area, so we'll see. Either way, I was just ranting about how the feudal system works for like 10 minutes, so don't bother.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
It's all good. It was nonsense.
It's in character, just in the corner, complaining about that. Kahlo's like, what am I? Am I a liker?
We do know, however, that Mada is at least partially tangible when we have the bracelet on. You can feel her, you can touch her, she can push through a little bit, but I don't know if she'd be able to stick her face in. If she did, it would probably be dark.
Retroactively fist bumped Benson when I saw him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fabulous.
Anyway, I don't know about you, but I think we take a night, you write your paper, come up with a cover story, and then tomorrow we could talk to him.
I mean, we're still waiting for the librarian to come down.
Yeah, she does after you guys finish talking.
It's not good. Getting through all these books is not going to be a one-night venture.
That's fair.
It's probably going to be spending all day tomorrow reading through these books, taking notes, and then the paper.
That's fair. You take as long as you want. For what it's worth, I could use quite a bit of rest.
Yeah. I'm going to give you back the bracelet.
It's because I want to figure out maybe more creative things to do with the dragon goat pelts. It would be real nice if she could fetch me a book on like fashion of like nobles or just really cool like outfits and stuff through the ages from different places.
Yeah, you can definitely find one of those.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I have something I want to find as well. Some of the spicy books. I need to find the author of the one that I found. It's kind of bad, but perhaps it'll lead to more.
You have Callow is a very one-track-minded person.
Do you think that Madog could go past all those aberration
Ooh,
safeties? I mean, she wouldn't be able to do anything to the
perhaps.
books, but
You can look at it.
I mean, she's in the ethereal plane, right? So therefore, art kind of in the ethereal plane. Well, I
Maybe
guess
she could
they
tell us.
well they would probably have some magics against people doing ethereal plane walking to get in there.
Possibly. I think my roommate could use some good content. He was in there working with no material. Poor guy.
You're very invested in this roommate.
He irks me.
So, just see, Ms. Malloy comes down and says, I'm terribly sorry, but it seems the book was checked out.
Do you know how long ago it was? Should it be returned soon?
Seems like it was several years ago now.
The drama of it all.
It's truly terrible and an oversight on the library that I will not stand for. I will make sure to have a new copy procured as soon as we can.
Yeah, she starts putting on like full plate armor, rubber gloves. She's just like, I will take care of this personally.
She gets out. She gets out a giant quill that is her weapon.
Oh my god, I love her so much.
It's like, you don't fuck with the librarian's library. I'm sorry, but you mess with the bull, you get the horns. Don't come into my town.
Are we allowed to know who checked it out?
Well, it's the strangest thing. It was actually his colleague, Dr. Percival.
Oh, we're actually planning on going to visit him later this week. Maybe we can just talk to him and see if we get the book back.
But
Oh, maybe you could write us a little letter so that we could say that we're here for his book.
that would be wonderful, actually. Allow me to write you up a note. I'll get you a little missive. Just a moment.
Oh my god, we have a reasonable excuse now. We did it.
Yes.
Wow.
Which book was this one again?
This one was the
Demons and
Demons
Society.
in Society. But yeah, before she goes up and writes this letter, do you guys want to request any other books?
The one that I brought up.
Okay. So one fashion book.
Yeah.
And anything for anyone else?
For all means porn.
I mean,
Not for all mean Kalos porn, sorry.
you don't want a cookbook for me?
Sure, why
Ooh,
not?
110 ways to cook dragon goat.
I want one book that will cause an identity crisis of Ligerism, I'm not sure. And anything spicy.
I like to believe that it's just called Ligerism, not sure. And it's just like someone shrugging and it's just like midlife crisis.
I think the spiciest thing you're going to find is a book about like basic anatomy.
I mean, a woman of her age and experience, I'm sure she knows about literature from all over. Whether we can get it here or elsewhere.
I suppose, but I don't think she's a back alley smut dealer either.
No, I wouldn't.
She looks the type. I've seen a few in my day.
And librarians have the most active imaginations.
She comes back as you guys are having this conversation and says, "Are we gossiping?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, I shall fetch you all your books, and for you, my dear man," and she looks to Kahlo, those types of books are typically found in the restricted section, and it's restricted for a reason. You should really experience
Aw.
your life. Or write one yourself.
Oh, well, it's just, I could show you possibilities.
Is that why you grinned when I asked about the forbidden section?
No, it's just always such a delight when students try and get in there. It's restricted for a reason, and I don't understand why people seem so confused when they aren't allowed in.
What if I told you I had a book right here you couldn't read? He points to his backpack. Wouldn't you want to read it?
I suppose.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Is it a good book?
It's a theoretical book. I'm sorry.
Oh, well.
Anything you want.
I'm sure that any book I could even imagine you already have here. But if I find any cool books, I'll take it back. I'll take it back here for you.
Well, it's greatly appreciated. She heads out and she gets a lovely little recipe book for Fulmine. It's a very extensive book for Case, which has a bunch of different fashion, as well as half the book is like fully detailed like sketches of a bunch of different fashion from all over the world.
Oh, yeah.
It's very extensive. And then Kahlo, as you guys are kind of preparing to leave or whatever, she does whisper, "Come and see me tomorrow night, and I'll have something for you, dear."
Yes!
It's a big grin.
She grins right back at you.
Oh god, they're both just grinning at each other. Oh no.
Oh, that sketch you made.
And something grew 3 sizes that day.
I'm gonna come to the library, find a candle lit with rose petals strewn about.
Oh no!
All lace, blade out. Like, draw me like one of your French girls.
So I was going to say something, but now I feel hesitant to. I was I hope someone draws her doing the grinning thing, but like then you said, I want to see.
Not both?
Why she's grinning while she's posing? Of course she is.
Kahlo loves everything about this old lady. She's just adorable.
I would die for her.
All right, I'll be certain to meet you here tomorrow evening, night.
All right, I'm just gonna get started on these books, working my way through them for the next probably whatever's left tonight and all of tomorrow.
Awesome.
Unless we have class, and then I'll work around class.
You guys do have classes still. But I think that is where we are going to wrap up for tonight.
Nice.
As you guys head back to do some research, you've gotten a lot of lore dumps today. A lot of potential information and threads. And I think that next week you guys can go and try and talk to Dr. Percival and see if there's anything he can tell you. If there's anything else you guys want to do or are planning to do, let me know so I can be prepared. But yeah, that's it. Good game, y'all.
Yeah, that was fun.
I didn't get to use any of my fun abilities.
Oh no!
Which fun of it? Oh, on the
worst.
dragon goats.
On the dragon goats.
Yeah, Salvo just like obliterated that thing so quickly.
I just hit 5 and I wanted to do big
3
numbers.
3 great weapon master attacks will do that.
Oh yeah, just means you have an excuse to throw more at us later.
It's true.
Their ghosts can come back to haunt us.
Probably won't have an opportunity in this campaign, but that just means that there will be surprises in E3.
Excellent.
Yes.
Maybe Kahlo's roommate will stop being weird. I'll show him.
I feel like he probably would
Weirdo.
definitely stop being weird if Kahlo stopped being weird at him. But you know, it's
Stop being weird.
you critiqued his masturbation. That's a pretty weird thing to do.
Well, someone's got to tell him.
Now, son, you gotta use the wrist like this.
Just throws a towel over his shoulder and says, "Listen, wasn't so great today, but next weekend in Denver, we're gonna knock it out of the park."
Oh no.
All right, I'm gonna probably head out then. And I'm hungry. I'm gonna make myself or
Yeah.
pull up some food.
I gotta figure out food too.